Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C, Pattern of Conduct, real-time documentation of the state of California's criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California in violation of existing federal law, that is 18 U.S.C. section 2261A, subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is ongoing documentation that is specifically gathered following my release from kidnapping by this entity that was ceaselessly monitoring in violation of 18 U.S.C. and in violation of Title 15 and in violation of the Prison Rape Elimination Act, as I was subject to the same exact criminal pattern of conduct while kidnapped by this entity seeking to conceal this criminal system that I am documenting and publishing and exposing on the venue of the internet, where I am also subject to the criminal pattern of conduct, and understand that kidnapping is the pattern of conduct that is criminal obstruction of justice, as the entity seeks to avoid prosecution and to avoid documentation and exposure for engaging in this criminal system. The people of the state are the vicarious aspect of the entity. They are engaging in federal stalking as I am kidnapped by the state inside of the state facilities, all right? And they are fully engaging in kidnapping upon criminal summoning. So this is the entity from beginning to the end engaging in the criminal acts of the federal stalking and the acts of criminal obstruction of justice. This is also documentation on the venue of the internet engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct via obstruction of justice, and this is in any way reducing or removing the ability to publish the ongoing documentation of the state's criminal pattern of conduct, which is waging an ongoing threat to my life as I remain subject to this criminal system. And this is the criminal pattern of conduct on the venue of the internet, okay? And that is the totality of what I have documented since release. I was kidnapped from June 18, 2021 from third-party facilitating venue of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where the Ontario Police Department were monitoring, and this in conformity to the ongoing wealth of documentation that I have already published, specifically revealing the Ontario Police Department engaging in monitoring and kidnapping, which was via the assertion of a fictitious warrant pursuant to a fictitious prosecution. That is the people of the state of California v. Erica Lorraine Spencer, case number Mary Wendy Victor 2000640. I was subject to kidnapping pursuant to this fictitious prosecution, documentation on the facility cameras everywhere that I was inside of the facility of West Valley, located at 9700 Etiwana Avenue in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, California, and at the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, located at 8303 Haven Avenue in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, and I was subject to federal stalking ceaselessly at the jail, at the courthouse, in the courtrooms, okay? The same exact pattern of conduct ceaselessly underway. The kidnapping serves obstruction of justice, and that this is kidnapping that I endured from June 18th, 2021 up until August 16th, 2021. This is the P.O.C. (2:08 a.m.) The state is stalking with aircraft patrolling over the museum and amplifying it, immediately halting its audible activity that it is stalking with at 2:09 as I begin recording this podcast. Moments earlier, while I'm not recording the podcast, the state engaging in what is amplification of audible activity. This is the psychopath engaging in the pattern of conduct. It's 2:09 a.m. The state is stalking via aircraft over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. It is P.O.C. Immediately following the plane is the train, 2:10 a.m. This is a means of ongoing audible activity in directed light, okay? It is 2:10 in the morning, and this is federal stalking by the psychopath that is amplifying this activity and is stalking with audible activity at 2:10 in the morning, ceaseless monitoring. That's Union Pacific. This is P.O.C. That's called amplification and artificial activity. P.O.C. 7:12 a.m. And that is Union Pacific engaging in what is crossing a path while the state is amplifying the sound of train activity that immediately turns down in volume as I begin recording on the podcast and is in directed light. So the state is covering 214 South Euclid Avenue with directed light. This is P.O.C. All right, it's 7:52 a.m. and I'm capturing video. I captured video at 7:50, speaking to what is the directed light. And again, as I am reciting what is the presence of the state's fake sun, moving relative to where I move on the property, and engaging in the same illusion of being the sun. The state engages in remaining over the same property, acting as though, and changing the color of the state's light source, which is clearly not the sun. The state, if you pay attention to my documentation, the state is literally starting the day over wherever I am located with its fake sun and ending the day wherever I am located with that which is not the sun, regardless of the fact that even if I stay at the same address, okay? And you have what is also beyond coincidence, whether I'm sleeping in the car, whether I'm sleeping outside at the museum, you have what is the state keeping its fake sun directly over my head, in conflict with that which is already documented. So you're saying that this is not the sun that's both remaining over 630 North Fern Avenue after 10:38 in the morning, but yet when I am at an entirely different location, which is, for example, the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, I am not even in the city of Ontario. I'm in the city of Upland, for example. I'm walking on Foothill Boulevard in the city of Upland, and the state has its fake sun directly over my head. At the same time that I've documented I'm remaining in the city of Ontario in a specific vehicle where the state's fake sun is stationary over the windshield of that vehicle, or being over my head. And for example, in the immediate example that I drew is that the state is keeping it perfect alignment with me. The state is keeping its fake sun in alignment with me while I am at opposite ends in different cities, at Ontario, the 225 South Euclid Avenue, and at what is the U.S. Bank, which is at that intersection of Foothill and Euclid Avenue in Upland. And I'm showing you at 7:50 in the morning where I'm there, and I've also been at that same intersection at that U.S. Bank, and I'm there in the afternoon. This is after 1 p.m. I've been there on, I believe, 3 different occasions at different times, and I'm showing you what is the impossibility of that ever being the sun there at 7:50 in the morning, over me at that same intersection, over my head, after 1:30 in the afternoon, and in the evening over that same intersection, okay? This is called Stalking with Light, and the demonic engage in what I was showing with regard to the city of Ontario, this is a demon-possessed stalker who is engaging in the state's pattern of conduct, and pursuant to the demonic possession, you have what is using a leaf blower for purposes of you creating audible activity, while this demon-possessed stalker is pacing back and forth, holding a leaf blower, which is the creation of audible activity. Pacing is the demonic behavioral pattern. It is relevant positioning, repeatedly crossing path in what is directed light. All right. And also pursuant to the demonic behavioral pattern, using that leaf blower with simultaneity to my movement. As I'm laying down, as I open my eyes, as I get up, as I touch my phone, stalking with audible activity. That is demon possession. All right. And also, while I am capturing this video, you have what is the magnified light that the state actors at the Ontario public health clinics at 150 East Holt, their shadow is magnified. They're in directed light while they are across the street in the same environment, monitoring while Union Pacific is creating audible activity that the state is amplifying, and while the state is covering the surfaces with directed light. And this is at 7:50 a.m. So this is P.O.C, and I'm showing you all the ways in which this demonic system is in operation. That is while I'm at Ontario Museum of History and Art, located at 225 South Euclid Avenue in the city of Ontario. And again, the state's documented conduct is being directly over me in the same position at 7:50 in the morning at the intersection of, in front of what is that, U.S. Bank, at the intersection of Foothill and Euclid. All right, P.O.C. That's City of Ontario using a leaf blower to stalk with audible activity in directed light. That's demon possession. And that's a stalker. That is entirely focused on me while he's pacing around with a leaf blower. It's 7:48 a.m. Okay, that's what, basically I want to be clear, this is what the demonic do, using whatever they have at their disposal to create light activity, to create audible activity, and the demonic pattern is that they are using that activity creation pursuant to what I am doing. That is demon possession, while they are monitored with communication devices. 7:49 a.m., that's P.O.C. This is audible activity in directed light. And the state's fake sun is not over the property of the museum. As I am on Emporia, it's over me at Emporia. I've also shown this as I stood at this same back street in the morning, where the state engages in placing its fake sun and keeping its fake sun over me, over the museum. And that's exactly what you're looking at day in and day out as it's moving in real time while I'm walking and or traveling in a vehicle. 6V72480, 8WKF 675. 6N78818. It's 8:05 a.m. All right, I did capture video as I walk off of the property of the museum at 225 South Euclid in Ontario, and I'm showing how the state is moving. As I've shown this in vehicles, you're looking. It's necessarily a real-time movement of the light source, which is also it's a low hovering light source. It's a big glob of light. It does not even look like the actual sun. It is way too close, and because the actual sun would set us afire if it was actually that close to us, and as close to the buildings as I'm capturing it, as the state is hovering with this light source. But I'm showing how the absence of the light source is occurring while I'm on Emporia, and that is the state moving with its fake sun, not over the property, contrary to what I'm documenting while I'm on the property, right? That's real-time movement of the light source. And you're also recalling what is the directed light, and that is what is showing you what is directed light, because while the state is keeping its fake sun over me at this time, again, when I'm in the city of Upland, and you have what is the same time, the presence of the state's fake sun, you have what is, you're going to recall, the state's directed light under the shaded area of the museum. And that is not occurring while you are clearly over my head while I'm at U.S. Bank and walking west on Foothill in the city of Upland. 7PTM350. 5SRF840, 8PXF316, 6XCJ306, 8BGG105, 5FPK121. And you have, for example, what is the state's placement of its directed light over the Upland Public Library, where I'm clearly capturing at the same time. I am inside of the Fontana Lewis Library, where the state is stalking with its light source, and you will not have what is seen, 6SO3035, what is seen, the state putting its fake sun over the ceiling of the Upland Library like that sunlight. 5YCD633, where I'm clearly capturing what is the state. That is glaring documentation, because the state is very much struggling while it's keeping its fake sun over the Fontana Lewis Library. But then it has to, you're looking at what is a stalker. This is demon possession, and this is like an impulsion, and the state is showing this impulsion, this obsession with its conduct with light, all right? It is the personification of the stalker. So while I step out hours later and the state is keeping its fake sun over the Fontana Lewis Library, you're talking about and it is clear. 10:50 a.m., you're looking at it clearly above the building of the Fontana Lewis Library, after having remained clearly in the window of the bus, where I am clearly leaving the city of Ontario, okay? But you have what is remaining over the, that's direct evidence against the minions I just documented, and they're on traffic cameras monitoring. It's 8:10 a.m. You have what is the state placing what is directed light. This is how you're understanding what directed light is, and it's not sunlight. And you have what is the placement of the state's fake sun clearly where I am nowhere near that documented conduct, but because the state is engaging in mimicking a sun, which it cannot, and I'm showing you how you cannot mimic the sun. American Medical Response is crossing path, Frontier Communications is crossing path under the directed light, while the state is stalking with an airplane creating audible activity. Those are the elements of monitoring. You have what is the placement of the state's directed light, so that you are stuck with that documentation because you're acting like it's the sun, so that's not going to change. 24 hours later, that's still going to be what is supposedly sunlight that was captured the day before, okay? You have what is the state placement of its directed light inside of the venue of the Upland Public Library,
while the state's fake sun is captured over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center at the same time. That's impossible, and that's clearly not sunlight and that's clearly not the sun that's over the ceiling of the Upland Public Library. This is what the demonic are stripped of, all right? You clearly don't have any form whatsoever, and you're talking about a psychopath. You're talking about a psychopath that's not even holding on to any form, okay? One that is clearly removed from reality, and they are shown to be the psychopath stalker that they are. That is the impermissible threat waged by the government, okay? You have what is the ongoing engagement in the criminal elements, stalking with a light source, which is the demonstration of demon possession, and this is by a government. That's terrorism. Okay, you have the ongoing engagement in the criminal elements of monitoring, stalking with that which is not the sun, and that's what you're doing when you're following around with what happens to be a light source. In the same way that any person that is following around is stalking, the government is engaging in demonic activity and is following around with a light source. You are stalking with light. Why are you stalking with light? Because you're monitoring and you're demon possessed. So this is how this whole policy is being created. It is being dictated by the demonic activity by the government and the people of the state, engaged in that which is entirely deranged and demented, but it needs to be known. And I am clearly revealing it in video documentation for you to witness with your own eyes to see. Everyone in that environment is demon possessed, 6BEP557, by virtue of the fact that they are present in that environment, but you're also looking at what is the shared characteristic of the demonic behavioral pattern, 8LWL522. All right, these are demons that stalk with activity, aware of every minor move that you make. Engagement in what is the directed light, the laser contact with the light, that's a demonstration of demon possession. These are demons that are acting in concert with the entity. The entity's not doing this by itself, and the people are ignorant, and they're just driving around into the fake sun, and they don't know that it's there, and they don't know that light is occurring like a laser no, that's not what is ongoing. These are demons. And I am showing them, stripping them, literally showing them for the demons that they are. And demon possession is the revealing clinically. This is what is a psychopath, a con, okay? Living an entire fake existence. This is what the state of California is doing. The people of the state of California are demon possessed, engaging in the satanic targeting system in an entirely artificial environment. It's like a cartoon environment. It's demented. All right, and it is revealing the demented condition of every demon-possessed stalker as I continue to document and identify them. All right, they are participating in, again, what is the state's pattern of conduct. And as you engage in that and as you document it, you're documenting what is terrorism for the prosecution of a public entity and every documented actor, the people of the state, which is one group, understand? I am going so far so as to identify those who are demon-possessed. It needs to be known. That's what I'm doing. But I'm also going to prosecute. But prosecution is not going to be limited to those that I individually identified by license plate or address or image. This is the prosecution of an entity, but this is making an example showing that the government is engaging in this satanic activity by a government, by the people of the state, is real life, okay? This is exactly what I captured. You have a 8WIJ352 while a grown man is stalking in the backseat of that car. He's leaning down under the fake sun. They're both monitoring, but they're looking like the weirdos that they are in doing so, crossing path with directed light on the ground while they're driving by. So it is entirely targeted, okay? So anyway, you have what is 8:15 a.m. You have what is the documentation of that, and this is how you are also deducing what is directed light. This is not sunlight. First of all, because it's not the sun, but then I'm also showing you what is impossible to be sunlight. You're not, clearly not sunlight that's being aimed inside of the venue, while first of all, you're over the Fontana Lewis Library, and this is just one single example. You're over the Fontana Lewis Library, which is unmistakable. I mean, the state's overly sized, hovering light source, which would burn up the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center if it was the sun. Look at the video, okay? That's not, it doesn't even, it's not the sun, okay? But you have what is documentation of the state placing it at the same time over the different cities, all right? Different venues. And you have it remaining then also for the duration of the day. And then I'm showing you what is directed light inside of the venue. Sunlight is not bending downward inside of those windows and then horizontally shooting through onto the wall across from me, the bathroom wall, that is, while I have double shadows on the wall. Oh no, that's called directed light. That's what the state is shooting inside of every venue, filling, touching all the spaces, and it's the demonic environment. These are demons that surround, okay? And they're all monitoring together in that demonic environment. That's what's occurring outside as they cross path in the engineered light, and that's prosecuted as what is molestation of the person. You will be prosecuted as a sex offender while you are molesting with the state, touching while stalking and terrorizing. And every which way you are doing it, while you're doing that with the minor, while you're doing that, while you're bearing any firearms, i.e. law enforcement, while you're doing that, while you are engaging in any additional collateral acts of harassment, etc., etc. You are prosecuting the P.O.C. and the ways in which they engage in the P.O.C. All of it is legally relevant. All right. It's currently 8:16 a.m. and this is patrolling on traffic cameras, just in the same way the state is patrolling via aircraft. And it is currently 8:16 a.m. and that is P.O.C, the state's fake sun, moving from what is the Emporia after being directly over the corner. And you're going to pay attention to that. The state's fake sun is essentially, the state is suggesting that the state's fake sun is at the same time remaining as though it's the sky. The sun is not the sky. The sky is the only thing that's ubiquitous. All right, that is everywhere that you're at. It's essentially an element that doesn't move. It's permanent there. That's what the state is doing with the fake sun, as though it's permanently there and it doesn't move. Meaning it's moving in order to maintain presence, but that is suggesting that it doesn't move because everywhere that you're going, it's remaining over your head. And it's not moving while it's remaining over an address where you're at. It's not moving while it's remaining over your head, regardless of what direction that you are traveling. That is not moving insofar as it's not moving in the direction that the actual sun is, which is not exclusive to a person. The conduct with the fake sun is showing that it is not remaining over the vehicle of 7YML911 as they are crossing path going north on Euclid Avenue. It's remaining stationary right here at Transit and Euclid over my head, because I am subject to what is the satanic targeting system. It is revealing that 7YML911 is a demon-possessed actor in that demonic environment, engaging in that satanic targeting conduct with the state that is creating this demonic environment, all right? And it is shared with commercial actor 79018S2, who is engaging in the same demonic activity, regardless of the fact that they happen to have a logo or are driving a big, large truck. It has nothing to do with demonic activity, has nothing to do with the ways in which you're separating people based on what they look like, or based on what job they have, or based on what uniform they're wearing, or based on what vehicle or logo they are bearing. That has nothing to do with demonic activity. This is demonic activity, and it is occurring within the context of a government that is engaging in federal stalking amongst the demon-possessed, and that is terrorism. And it is indiscriminate whether you are acting commercially. That is going to be relevant for what is the prosecution of those who are engaging in terrorism and thinking that they can hide under the guise of some company brand. No, you're exposing that company brand to prosecution for terrorism and to drain those pockets. All right, you're going to drain the pockets and you're going to prosecute for terrorism. While they're trying to make a buck, they're terrorizing American citizens and engaging in sexual violence. These are legal concepts. 1516960 under the fake sun. All right, I did capture what is video of the Ontario Police Department. Those are the demon-possessed that are very, very highly pathetic, and that's an agency to be disbanded upon being engaging in what is terrorism, engaging in what is federal stalking of that condition of demon possession. You are unfit in every way to have anything to do with law enforcement. The same goes for the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, and I have documented what is more than one facility, more than one aspect of that. That is Central Detention Center, that is West Valley Detention Center, and that is Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center. The San Bernardino Sheriff's Department is plagued with, they are diseased with demon possession. All right, these are a sick actor in this state system, sick with demon possession, while they engaged in what is ongoing repeated acts of kidnapping and practicing demonic activity inside of their facilities, where the state maintained its ongoing pattern of conduct. And acting in concert with the people of the state, monitoring via interstate commerce, using the roads and the highways while federal stalking was underway. This is literally the government facilitating criminal activity, acting in concert with the people of the state. They are in every way posing harm, and you are engaging in what is criminal activity, and you are of a demon possession, and they are unfit to engage in practicing law enforcement, having anything to do with law enforcement, engaging in outright criminal conduct, obstruction of justice with knowledge of the fact that one is documenting the criminal activity of that agency, and that it goes for the same every agency that I have documented. That is the Ontario Police Department, the Fontana Police Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff, the San Bernardino County Sheriff. You're talking about the areas where I have traveled through, and I'm documenting what is the demonic activity of the different venues where I'm at, and that's the reality, that's the breakdown of it. While I'm documenting what is federal stalking, I'm revealing what is demonic activity in the state of California, and it is relevant with regard to law enforcement, and they're being unfit to maintain any attachment whatsoever with law enforcement. They're criminals, and they are demon-possessed ones, and they pose a harm to society as they're engaging in criminal conduct. All right, this overweight sex offender, 8NTK322, in operation of a communication device under the fake sun in the parking lot of state facilitating venue 150 East Holt, the Ontario Public Health Clinics, and it is 8:23 a.m. License plate 8NTK322. She's in the state's engineered light. All right, I did capture what is the directed light is that third party is loitering in relevant position under the state's engineered light. You're in the environment and operation of a communication device while federal stalking is underway, and that's been ongoing while I'm at the museum. All right, they're patrolling around and they're in the directed light. That's exactly what I was documenting while Union Pacific was creating amplified audible activity in the state's fake sun is over the venue at 7:50 in the morning, and they are in directed light, which I could see their upright shadows magnified in size on the wall of the 150 East Holt building while I was standing capturing that video of the state's fake sun at 7:50 in the morning. So I'm over here and I'm capturing a video of this is a group stalker, and this is the outward demonstration of demon possession in that demonic environment, including operation of a communication device, which is relevant for prosecution for the federal stalking that the demon possessed are engaging in. My shadow is on the driver's side of her car. My shadow is thrown, in other words, to the driver's side. Directed light, concentrated directed light is on the driver's side of her car, while the fake sun is hitting the passenger side, meaning it's above the vehicle, but is more so the passenger side. This is impossible light that's on the ground. Impossible light is my shadow is surrounding, and you have what is the state that is also amplifying plane activity. These are all the hallmarks as I'm documenting just one actor. She's representing the entity. That is the demon possession. You are talking about a psychopath that is listening to the words that shall prosecute them, as especially as I play back the tape, showing you what the entity is engaging in on a routine basis. That is the terrorism. You're talking about psychopaths that surround, engaging in that same environment, engaging in that same conduct. Sitting in your car is not harmless. You're engaging in what is stalking conduct in that environment, acting with the state that is stalking by plane and helicopter with a fake sun in directed light. Okay, this is P.O.C. and you have what is Allied Universal engaging in loitering in relevant position as well. It is 8PWT 909 30055J2 61680G3 7UOJ829 8WTD 266 8TAU 305 1535422. That's San Bernardino County. 7BCR 388 6ZHC 227. And it is currently 8:27 a.m. There. No, you weren't though, but you're telling me what happened. I was there. Nothing happened. So that's what I'm asking you. Tell me what happened in the bathroom. Well, because we talked about it. So what happened?
The police came. And they said, if you're here, you're trespassing.
Says who?
I'll call right now and they'll come get you.
You said the police came and said what?
And to talk to the girl you made cry.
Oh, I made her cry? When was that? When she walked into the building while we were talking still?
No, she walked.
She walked back out and started crying?
You called her a child molester.
And
you said she cast 3 shadows and that...
and that made her cry?
That made
and
her cry.
She said I was talking to her while she was in the bathroom stall?
She said
and that made her cry? Pictures. So, first of all, hold on. How is that summoning the police? I know, because you know that don't make no sense, right? Okay. Because you want to talk about it. So wait, she started crying and then you called the police?
She reported me.
Which is not illegal.
I didn't say it was.
But he's talking about some nonsense. This is a tangent. No, excuse me. This is my issue, actually. I'm talking to him about him calling the police having no right. So, Montes, my question, excuse me, you can talk to him. You're not the police. I'm talking to him. He's security. Let him do his job. Thank you very much. Let him do his job, third party. Thank you. Montes, so you're talking about she was crying, right? She was crying after she, yeah, because you ain't got no form. You all demon-possessed stalker. This is Satan. This is Satan. And using my phone is not illegal. Engaging in federal stalking and harassment while you're engaging in federal stalking is illegal. And who are you? What uniform are you wearing? What's your name? What's your name? Dorothy Richardson, B7076, in directed light, creating light activity as she's waving her big arm under the fake sun while the state is amplifying plane activity. So, Matas, you don't want to answer your question? You're hiding behind Dorothy? Is that what this is?
Yes, he is.
You're hiding behind Dorothy?
He is.
Because you don't want to talk about how somebody crying has nothing to do with summoning the police? Hello?
You need to leave the
Hello?
property.
Were you in the bathroom that day? Hello? What are you talking about? How do you know what's going on?
You need to leave the property.
I hear you. I'm talking to Allied Universal. I'm talking to the security guard. Go do your job. Is your job harassing people that are standing outside? That's audible activity. This is a psychopath. That's audible activity.
You need to leave the property.
I got that. I'm talking to the security guard. And I will do that. Why don't you go about your business? Why don't you tell her to go about your business? Because I'm talking to you. Aren't you guys the ones that handle this? So why is she sitting here repeating herself like a parrot?
Just listen. Real quick, I understand that you're concerned.
No, I'm trying to talk to him. He's not talking. He's hiding behind this one right here, who I'm not scared of.
He's calling the police. police.
Okay, that's
Because
fine.
They were here,
You
they
could call
informed us.
the word
They informed
police
us that
does not
we
scare
can't allow
me.
you in here because of the
The
employee that
property.
you recorded yesterday. You
You
called her
need to
child
leave
molester.
the property.
You
No,
could,
no,
but you
that's
couldn't.
an allegation,
Yeah,
which we
obviously.
talked about there. So as I'm
Obviously.
leaving, I come
Yeah,
back and you're
but-
saying, oh, all of this happened.
You don't even
I
need to
understand. I understand.
Because there's no intelligent response. Quit trying to hide behind Dorothy Richardson. She ain't nobody's bodyguard. You don't even work for Allied Universal. You're a state actor and you're a sex offender. That's what your problem is. You a sex offender.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you
Thank
are. I'm glad you admit it, Satan. You are. So like I said, I'm trying to talk to Mathis and she does not work for Allied Universal, and repeating yourself in directed light is nothing but audible
If you
activity.
leave the property, you don't have to.
I'm talking to the security guard who I can talk to before I leave the property.
You need to leave.
Were
the
you hired to
property.
come here today and do
You
this?
need to leave
Are you
the
trying? You're not
property.
helping San Bernardino County.
You're
I'm going to
not
prosecute them
going
still.
to
You're still a
get
sex
an
offender.
answer
You got
to
engineered
the
light in your bathroom.
You need
So saying the
to
word police while you're monitoring the private space is not creating any form. And Dorothy Richardson, B7076, is engaging in harassment while you're engaging in federal stalking.
Ma'am.
While you are not doing the job of Allied Universal. They are the ones that can tell me about what the police said, not you. Is there a reason why you're here? Is there a reason why you're here? What office do you work in? Go to that office. Go mind your business.
Any property
Go mind your business, Richardson.
with
Go mind
any
your
of
business.
these
Go mind your business. Go mind your business. Go mind your business. Go mind your business.
they're not
Go
going
mind
to
your business.
engage you.
Go mind your
They're
business.
not going to engage you.
Right outside that front door.
Go mind your business, Richardson.
You are my business.
No, you're not. No, I'm not.
Good-
No, I'm not. You're making it
Bye.
because you ain't got no response because you can't answer a simple question. Like,
You're welcome to
anyway,
stand on the opposite side of the street on the sidewalk.
now my thing about it is, excuse me, get your bad weave out of my face. Excuse me, Allied Universal, excuse me. I know she's your bodyguard right now because you guys are scared to answer a question because you can't really answer it. You're hopping into what is, the little girl started crying after she went into the office, right? We were talking yesterday and she went into the office, but yesterday she started crying and you're calling the police. Is that what happened? Hello? You're not talking no more, Frank?
She's arguing with one of our supervisors out here.
No, your supervisor is arguing. Your supervisor's out here. Is that your bodyguard? This is called criminal summoning upon federal stalking. And hiding behind one who can't give hiding behind this group stalker over here who is engaging in P.O.C. and they don't want to answer a simple question. This is called criminal summoning, and including what is Ontario police who are already engaging in P.O.C. So as you document what is the sex offender, that is the Ontario Public Health Clinics at 150 East Holt, where the state's fake sun is over and the state is amplifying plane engines. And you got Dorothy Richardson, who is creating audible activity and is supposed to be the bodyguard. She's doing so in directed light with ashy angles. Okay? You have what is harassment by the entity. And she's supposed to be the guard, some big black woman, like I'm supposed to be scared of her because they can't answer a logical question. That's what the reality is, all right? And this is what well, we're not going to answer any questions. We're just going to call the police because you made somebody cry and you were using your phone, none of which is, first of all, going to be illegal. And her crying has nothing to do with me. And second of all, while we were talking in the hallway, which is why I document everything, she walked inside of her office. The conversation was done. I'm talking to Mathis, and that was the end of it. That was the end of it. So outside with Richardson, and this is again born of fear of being documented, you're still a sex offender, Richardson. You are still, it's 8:34 a.m. This is still the elements of monitoring, and this is called criminal summoning. And so you're talking about how the police are engaging in what is, I know you better not touch me. I know that. With that raggedy horse weave on your head, you better not touch me. You have what is the disdain for answering a question. He hops on the phone and doesn't want to answer a question.
Gray sweatpants and black tennis.
The Ontario police are stalkers. They already know what I'm wearing. You're summoning them like I'm supposed to be scared. All you needed to do was answer a question, Mathis. You want to throw in the police into the equation for using the bathroom and somebody crying. It doesn't even make any logical sense. You're a liar. You're monitoring.
My name?
His name is Mathis. M-A-T-S.
M-A-T-A-S. I was on the regional report yesterday.
So what you're going to focus on, again, like every other psychopath, you're going to look at the environment. Their environment is filled with directed light. And this is the ongoing conduct of what are the demons, the demon-possessed. And that includes Dorothy Richardson. And you have what is the trying to shield what is Allied Universal engaging in the inability to answer a logical question, including the police into the equation where you're talking about using the bathroom and my using the phone, which are totally separate things. They're tethering together, trying to seek some narrative while engaging in harassment, inability to answer a question about why you were talking about citing the police and what does that have to do with the little girl who walked away and all of a sudden she came back and cried and we called the police and now I can't let you on the property and I don't want to answer no more questions, so I'm gonna have Dorothy stand in front of me so I don't have to answer any questions. That's what's going on.
Minutes to pull in the parking lot, and I know she's going to be fearful when she pulls up if she sees this person here.
You wish.
We'll let the employee know right now.
This is documentation of what is criminal summoning.
Until the police arrive.
And Matas, M-A-T-S, with Allied Universal, and it says S/O Frank. That's the other one with Allied Universal.
Okay.
The Ontario police are already out here patrolling around the perimeter under the fake sun. Okay, this is the fallacy that they're operating under. So this is called criminal summoning while they're engaging in what is federal stalking, and they're hostile because they have directed light in the venue, which is speaking to the federal stalking in the private space, which you're going to prosecute for. And then you have what is, again, the ongoing inability to answer a logical question, which is not uncalled for. So you're referencing the police. You can't go and use the restroom. So why are you talking about the police? And then you don't want to answer the question, okay? We're going to call the police. I'm not going to answer any questions. I'm going to call the police. And Matas likes to engage in what is criminal defamation. And they're fearful of me, what? Because I'm some street thug, right? While I'm prosecuting you in directed light, that's called P.O.C. That's called P.O.C. That's called criminal summoning. That's why I'm standing here documenting. This is the pattern of conduct. While Dorothy Richardson is monitoring right now, that's why I'm taking images of. She's in the fake sun and they're monitoring with communication devices and the state is sounding plane engines. So I want to be clear, Matas, you are incapable of answering a logical question about how the police are into the equation and somebody crying and what. I don't get it. Dorothy's supposed to be helping you because you can't articulate what actually happened to make sense why you're summoning the police. That's what this is really about, right? Hello? Hello? You going mute now? Hello?
Have a good day.
Hello? You don't want to talk it. You're in directed light. You can still monitor to that. Hello? So where did you get the information that you're not allowed to let me in the building then? Huh? Hello? Hello? You don't have nothing to say, Satan? You're silent? Mum's the word now. Okay. So like I said, you have what is called criminal summoning. That's what that documentation is of. And this is the same one that engaged in federal stalking. This is sexual violence day in and day out in directed light, okay? While the state has directed light inside of that venue, you have what is the engagement in what is amplified audible activity inside of that private space. And as you document that pattern of conduct, which is very damning, you have what is the pattern of conduct of what is harassment, okay? And so you're not going to forget what is the direct evidence. Directed light in the bathroom, you are a predator. That includes Matas of Allied Universal. That is Allied Universal in general, but the specific actors of Allied Universal is Matas, and he's joined by another one that's unable to articulate what the issue is and why you're summoning the police, because you cannot explain how you're getting from one end of the equation to the other. You're calling the police. That's their baseline. All right. Wishing that you could establish me as some physical threat when I'm not. I'm documenting sexual violence and I don't pose any physical threat. You're actually monitoring and you're the one that's engaging in the threat. You are also doing so as you're summoning the police and having no grounds to do so. That's why you're being silent, hiding behind this one right here who has a bad weave. She's offending me with this horse tail in my face. You have what is, it is 8:40 a.m. and you have the inability to describe why, how I'm posing some sort of physical threat to the people you're saying they're scared of me. And you don't want to speak as to how. You're talking about somebody started crying after she physically left, and we continued talking after I left. And now as I return the next day, you're saying it escalated to some point. Somebody started crying and, oh, we can't let you back in because the police were called, but you don't want to explain any further. And now Dorothy is standing ground because you're unable to articulate that, right? Because it doesn't make any sense. You just want to stand there in silence in the fake sun? Is that it? Is that all? Because we're going to revisit this. I'm going to prosecute you. All right. Is that it? I would stay silent too, because there isn't anything to say. You're going to remember the environment. The fake sun is over this venue. It is 8:40 a.m. And this is also in comparison with the ongoing documentation of what is stalking with light. This is clearly P.O.C. and this is what is harassment pursuant to P.O.C. This is the conduct of demons, especially as you document them as the sex offenders that they are. All right. Dorothy Richardson engaging in what is harassment and criminal summoning upon what is the seeking to ratchet up a situation that does not exist, seeking to create a narrative. All right. Can't even do that because you can't even explain how are you jumping to using the bathroom and saying that somebody's crying that has nothing to do with the police, and and my documentation is showing you're talking about literally just reaching. That's called a reach, all right? And engaging in what is my documented what I'm documenting, which is criminal summoning of the entity that is already monitoring. They are monitoring while I'm documenting this. The state is stalking with aircraft, sounding plane engines. Light activity is created while directed light is aimed on the entrance of the door. This is ongoing elements of monitoring, okay? I already documented the police who are patrolling at the intersection, the same intersection where this building is at, okay? While they are patrolling in relevant position under the fake sun, acting in concert with the Ontario police, who they use as form, which is no form. They are the demon-possessed agency, heavily documented. Acting with this group stalker, who is Dorothy Richardson, engaging in the documented act of what is harassment. She's supposed to be, I guess, protecting Allied Universal, who are not very well at describing whatever it is that their job is. They need to get another one. Thank you, Miss Richardson. I would recommend some lotion for those ankles. You have what is Ontario Police. Let's get this on video. San Bernardino County license 1419259 is monitoring with the Ontario Police. Ontario Police license 1446350 is arriving behind me as I conclude that video, monitoring just like the other one was upon documenting with video. 8YCZ377, 7BCR388. What's your badge number?
20275.
What's your name? Montez 20275. Group stalking around the corner. Monitoring as under the fake sun in directed light as I am documenting with video. So again, like the other one did, as I conclude the podcast, he drives around the corner. He was already present, stalking with activity. As I conclude the video I just captured, he drives around the corner, stalking with activity. License 1446350. Okay, it is currently 8:46 a.m. And this is loitering in relevant position. And you have what is the maintenance of presence on the property under the fake sun in directed light while the demon-possessed stalk with activity. I want to get what is their recitation of cause for summoning. Hi, what is up? Well, I didn't get your badge number. What is it?
It's, okay, so how about I make a deal with you? Can I get your name and birthday if I give you my badge number?
No, yours is public information. So you owe that to me. What is your badge number?
20345.
Thank you. What's your name, sir?
Officer Zeisig.
Zeissig. Okay, thank you.
What's your name and birthday?
Why? I want to find out what is your claim? What's their claim for summoning?
Their claim is that you're trespassing. I mean,
on what grounds? It's public property. Why are you putting your gloves on?
It's private property.
You getting ready? Oh, because you don't want to catch COVID?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're big on germs.
The Ontario Police engage in a pattern of kidnapping, and as Ontario Police Officer Cho and Kessel engaged in kidnapping on August 6, 2020, I watched them put on their gloves. This is reasonably construed as a threat while they're engaged in federal stalking under the fake sun. And that's what they're doing right now while they are here pursuant to what is criminal summoning. Turn on those body cams. They like to turn them on and off, but that's relevant. Let me be clear. I want to say you're saying trespassing. Excuse me, Zeisig. Can we focus real quick?
Can I talk to
No, you're here supposedly for me.
Right.
So I should get the attention. I want to get this documented. So you're here supposedly.
Attention, but you won't give us your name and birthday. We need
because you're talking about trespass. This is public property. That's nonsense.
That's incorrect.
No, it is.
Anyway,
this is a San Bernardino County building. How is it nonsense? How is that nonsense?
She's just like.
How's that nonsense?
You guys can't put on her hold. I'm like, no, you can't. No.
How's that? Are you guys going to have a side conversation?
Threatening my staff.
Says who?
So.
You have to have proof of that.
I'm trying to get like a zebra unit out here so that we can see how else.
Anyway, this is audible activity in directed light. San Bernardino County and CEASELESS, like I said, at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, they're all monitoring to that. You're talking about trespassing on what is county property. This is public property. And you have what is they're talking to each other while they're monitoring. Understand that. And they don't want to answer a direct question. You're not trespassing on public property. And he just uttered the words harassing his personnel. That's not harassment while you're asking a question that they refuse to answer. All right. It's the same thing with Starbucks. They refuse to answer a question. Ontario Ovid Family Community Library refuses to answer a question when you ask them why they called the police. All right? This is escalating a situation, a non-situation, and then they refuse to answer the question. So you have, what would I go to jail for?
For trespassing.
For how? How am I trespassing?
For how? For being on private property and they're telling you to leave and you're not leaving. They said you went inside. You were recording people yesterday.
That was not a trespass.
Hold on. Let me just explain.
When was the trespass, today or yesterday?
Today and yesterday.
No, I did not go inside today. And yesterday was not a trespass when I'm going in and using the restroom. But you're wrong. That was not a trespass yesterday. Today, he's like, when I'm going inside, oh, we can't let you in. We're going to go to jail for what?
Look, I'm telling you.
Did you hear him? Do you want to go to jail? And he presses his body cam.
Trespassing. So I'm giving you the opportunity right now to walk away.
You're stating that I'm going to be going, I'm trespassing how though? How am I trespassing when I go in to use the restroom every day? That's not a trespass.
They're telling you not to go in there.
Today I did not go in. You're saying it was a trespass yesterday. You don't have any probable cause or reasonable suspicion.
That is
so
incorrect.
No, it's not. Yeah, and I'm talking to you. You're here,
yes.
and I'm asking you what happened. So you're saying I don't have a right to ask you what happened? And first of all, this is also the parking lot.
Yes.
By the way, I'm not trespassing. I'm not
property.
trespassing while I'm talking to you, the one that they summoned here. So if you're trying to say I'm trespassing because I'm talking to the one that they summoned here, that's what you're saying?
When I came up, you were on the property.
Talking to them.
Before you talked to me.
And so when somebody, no, that's not true. That is not true either. That's not true either. You're arguing, but you're wrong. Dude, listen. You're talking about I walk up to the property and somebody says, oh, you're trespassing. That's news. Is that news or not news? Is that news or not news?
It's gonna be.
Look.
Is that news or not news when they say at the door you can't come in?
I'm trying to give you a chance to avoid jail. Just walk away.
I'm documenting what is criminal summoning.
Go.
You're threatening me with an arrest, which you don't have the right to do.
Go. Leave.
Whatever. This is Zeisig?
Yeah, Officer Zeisig.
And what is your name again? Montez?
Yep.
Is that what it says? Oh, yeah, Montez. J. Montez? I'm sorry, I can't see. J. Montez. Okay, Thank you. Threatening with the, you don't have a right to arrest. And they're making up and again wanting to say that it's a trespass. Yesterday was not a trespass, and this is not a trespass. When you are approached with being told, which is brand new news, you can't come on this property. We're going to have to call the police because somebody was crying. That does not turn into a trespass. That is new information, and then they refuse to answer the question as to why it is escalating or how it escalates to calling the police. All right, and then you have the police that are here in the face, and remember, they're under the fake sun. They're in directed light, and they're saying, "Oh, we're going to arrest. We're just sitting out. I think I just want to." They don't have any probable cause. First of all, federal stalking is underway, but second of all, in their twisting universe, you do not have any grounds for arrest. You are talking about what is the announcement of some desire for me to be removed off the property after you refuse to give an explanation as to why you're summoning the police. That's not a trespass. And while I'm there talking to the police, who are also incapable of giving a response as to why they were summoned, because that's not a trespass. Understand what they just said. They said my presence today is a trespass, and yesterday was a trespass, which is not true. It was not a trespass yesterday. They want to label it a trespass now because they don't want me documenting. Understand what that's about. It's obstruction of justice and it's harassment by the entity, and Dorothy Richardson engaging in that as well, engaging in what is also defamation. While they are indeed engaging in what is federal stalking and harassment, and then saying, oh, she threatened my personnel with what? A prosecution? That's not a threat. So I want to be clear that that is formed. All they're doing is monitoring, and they're monitoring with what is the form of harassment. And you are talking about having documented what is the predatory sexual violence inside of the restroom. That's why you have that's why you have directed light inside of the bathroom. All right, and that's exactly what I captured, and I captured it a long time ago, but I captured it yet again. And you have what is again using a third party. Who is intentionally engaging in P.O.C. In order to 6EVG430, and in order to engage in what is literally trying to piecemeal together some sort of narrative that I harassed somebody, that I threatened them when I'm not even acknowledging them. I'm documenting in the bathroom and I do not directly acknowledge them. They are the ones that seek to encounter me and ask, oh, and then all of a sudden she starts crying. And this is the words of Matas. That's what he is saying. None of this happened while we're talking outside of the bathroom. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear with regard to what all that transpired, which is why I document everything. On the podcast, the girl leaves and she walks into some side office. That was the end. I'm talking to Matas, and that's what's clearly documented. My shadow is in front of me and behind me. I'm in directed light. and the Ontario police are still monitoring in relevant position at that property, and they are present visibly pursuant to criminal summoning. All right, they're already stalking in the path. Okay, so I want to be clear, they're doing their job with regard to guarding for what is documentation. All right, as I document venues, I understand that they are very fearful of that. They are very fearful of that. License plate 8JIV073 30055J2 8WWN039. All of them are monitoring with the police, who remains in relevant position and directed light all over while you're in the shade. License plate 867YH, handicap. So I want to make sure that I point that out, what the Ontario Police Department are stating, that you are trespassing, and that is not true. And while you are creating what are grounds because you don't want me on the grounds, because you no longer want me on the grounds after I have broken no law, does not make a trespass. Okay, that's called harassment. And then you're trying to substantiate that harassment, give it teeth, in other words, as you call the police, who also do not have any grounds to even arrive. All right, they're engaging in federal stalking, literally as they're standing there and as they're talking. Second of all, you have what is stating inaccurately that I'm there pursuant to a harassment. I'm sorry, pursuant to trespassing yesterday, which is untrue, and pursuant to trespassing today, which is also untrue. That's not trespassing. You have what is literally, okay, well, we don't want you here no more, even though I did not break the law. I didn't violate any law whatsoever. This is the pattern, okay? The same exact conduct of harassment while you document, while the elements are being maintained. Literally, they're doing it in directed light. They're doing it under the fake sun. They're doing it while the state is sounding plane engines, okay? That is the psychopath that I'm dealing with. That's a psychopath that you create policy all around them, okay? And I got those are Officers Montez and S.I.I.S. They are engaging in what is the waging of a threat using their uniforms as some badge of authority. They do not have that actual authority. This is the same agency engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. And they are engaging in what is uttering audible activity under the fake sun. They're monitoring to the threat of a legal arrest, which is a kidnapping where federal stalking is underway. So they are threatening kidnapping while they are engaging in federal stalking, because the agency does not maintain any right to arrest or engage in. You don't have any probable cause. You're here pursuant to criminal summoning. Federal stalking is underway. You're talking about, first of all, which is factually incorrect, a trespass. That's not what happened. You're banning me from being on the property and stating you don't want me here, and then calling the police to give it teeth does not make a trespass. All right. You have what is also, so that is, I want to be clear, that's a threat to engage in kidnapping, and by the same agency engaged in a pattern of kidnapping. And they are also factually incorrect. Listen to everything that they were stating. Okay. So you have also what is Allied Universal, who refuses to answer the question. So you're looking at how together they are monitoring, and you're looking at the ways in which they seek to escalate. All right. This is, it's 8:56 a.m. and that's P.O.C. All of this is in the state's environment. And this is born of what is fear and hostility to documentation. What controls, what governs 6K U.S. 860 is the fact that the state's engineered light is inside of the venue, period. The state's fake sun is directly above the venue. And the state's engineered environment, the engineered light, is outside all around the venue. And that same group stalker who I capture in video, group stalking in the parking lot, in the state's directed light, under the fake sun, impossible light activity in the shade, all right? You're looking at what is monitoring ongoing while they summon the police. This is supposed to frighten. This is supposed to scare you off, all right? I'm documenting it, and it's vital because the Ontario Police Department is engaging in what is terrorism. These are demon-possessed. It's a demon-possessed agency. The fake sun over that agency, as I've already documented while I'm there, that is not the sun, in the same way that this is not the sun over the 150 public health. They're monitoring, and it is the outward demonstration of the demon-possessed who engage in harassing you, all right, as you're documenting it. And I'm going to document, I've documented that. This agency is going to be disbanded, okay? That is the engagement in the threat to engage in kidnapping. You're going to be disbanded. I mean, they are outright criminals. And I'm dealing with demons. These are demons that are standing around in police uniforms having zero authority. They are operating under fictitious authority, okay? That's exactly what I documented with regard to the fictitious prosecution, Mary Wendy Victor 2000640. The use of what is fictitious authority, and understand the people of the state are fully engaged in and invested in that kidnapping, which they were directly documented as engaging in. You have what is the federal stalking that was underway while I remain kidnapped by the same entity, that is the people of the state, okay? I want to be clear, this is documentation of what is criminal summoning by Allied Universal and harassment by San Bernardino County acting via Dorothy Richardson, who is, her audible activity is harassing speech and used it to engage in criminal summoning, operation of a communication device in the state's environment, okay? This is the entity engaging in a threat to kidnap, all right, while they are engaging in federal stalking. That's the substance of what the Ontario Police provided. Where federal stalking is underway, you don't have reasonable suspicion. You don't have probable cause. You are stalking in the path, aware of every word that is uttered. This is how those demon-possessed stalkers were stalking with activity. As I stop recording my podcast, you have S.I.I.S that pulls up, and he's stalking with, this is a demon that is stalking with activity as he is present pursuant to criminal summoning, engaging in federal stalking with Allied Universal and San Bernardino County, okay? And then you have what is Montez that is stalking with activity. As I conclude my video, he was already stalking in the path. He actually looks like a girl. Montez, who pulls up behind him, and pulls up right in front of me in relevant position, stalking in the path pursuant to the demonic behavioral pattern. As I complete that video, they're stalking with activity. These are the demon possessed. They are engaging in federal stalking as I am documenting what is criminal summoning. This is the pattern of conduct of the demon possessed, all right? Criminal obstruction of justice is embedded in the P.O.C. I've already documented, this is ongoing documentation of that. This is terrorism, as it, understand, summoning the police is supposed to strike fear. It's supposed to stop you, supposed to deter you from reporting. And actually, it's an attempted kidnapping. All right. While he's sitting there talking about trespass, which does not, none of that makes a trespass. What Allied Universal engaged in today, that does not make a trespass. Waging false allegations that I'm threatening the staff, which is what S.I.I.S said. I recorded that. That's criminal defamation. That's false allegations. That does not make a trespass. That's a threat to engage in kidnapping. Criminal summoning is a threat to engage in kidnapping. All right, standing around representing law enforcement, engaging in federal stalking is terrorism. And you are talking about engaging in terrorism and being of the demon-possessed condition. That is terrorism. That's what I documented. It's 9 a.m. on the dot. That is P.O.C. All right, molesting with directed light, 8GOS 360. License plate, that is paper, BE18. R76, and I did take a picture of what is 8JIV073. Understand he's monitoring with the Ontario Police while I'm in the parking lot. He's maintaining presence as I leave that property. He is maintaining presence while I am being molested with directed light as they are turning the corner. Right here at 3-Star Cleaning Supplies. They are monitoring together, and this one is monitoring. Understand, monitoring is spanning a radius. All right, so they're present. He's present monitoring with the police. He's present while I leave the property, and while patrolling is ongoing. 8V85501, making a U-turn in order to touch with directed light, where the state's fake sun is over the corner of what is a 3-star janitorial now. Okay, and you hear Omnitrends, they're monitoring as well. EY221, that's handicap. 6MVS672. All right, this is the documentation of the entire entity. Understand, it's not just Allied Universal. This is the entity that engages in criminal summoning. Understand, as I'm documenting the entirety of the entity, they are very much furious, and that is an act to engage in what is an outright communication of that hostility. This sex offender that's maintaining presence, 8JIV073, engaged in criminal summoning, all right? He's engaged in molestation of my person. He's engaged in what is harassment by entity. They are speaking as one. They are acting as one. He's maintaining presence, stalking on the side of the building while Ontario Police were engaging in a threat to engage in kidnapping. All right, that's how that goes. They are one entity acting together. BE18R76 is patrolling, stalking with light, and molesting with directed light while they're in the shade. All right, that's the P.O.C. 6NJ, all right, 6NJL360. BD36X10. Just like I showed you, that's the same exact P.O.C. The fake sun is not over the bus stop. The fake sun is right here over the corner where the 3-star where the 3-star janitorial is. 3XBR131, 8GLE378. And that is Lyft and Uber, all right? Associated and Ontario Police are loitering. License 1516960, molesting with directed light under the fake sun. All right, monitoring with, like I said, 8JIV073. It is currently 9:03 a.m. This is P.O.C. sexual violence by Ontario Police who are visibly present. Those demon-possessed stalkers are always loitering in the path. They're stalking in the path under the environment that's maintained around me for that criminal purpose of federal stalking, all right? You have what is directed light under Uber and Lyft, okay? Those companies engaging in federal stalking and molestation, 8GLE378. It is currently 9:03 a.m. Staples crossing path, directed light is in front of the truck. 00739G2, 7MXX372. And Ontario Police cross path. They drive on Hope Boulevard, going what is east on Hope Boulevard, and then going east on Transit. That's how they are surrounding as they are leaving after loitering at the 150 East Hope Boulevard. 6WLF645, while they are loitering in relevant position, because all they're doing is monitoring. Criminal summoning was an active ongoing monitoring and harassment, okay? You have, while they're loitering in relevant position, and while molestation is ongoing here, they are molesting while they're loitering at the property. And then as I'm reciting the license plate of the one that's loitering right here by me, 6VBN849, then they cross path Transit and Holt at the same time. Okay, that's called being surrounded by the state. And while the fake sun is not over the bus stop, it's not over the Holt, Ontario Holt, 150 East Holt, it's right here over the 3-star janitorial. Okay, that's exactly what the state is doing while I'm at the bus stop, for example, and I'm showing you what is molestation by an entity. 2886573, I believe. License, that's City of Ontario. License 26769Y1, 6TAS239. 8VMS634, and it is 9:05 a.m. All right, 9:07 a.m. 8TXU497, 63088C3. All right, 37533B1, 8VO1613, 8LMG729. All right, so the pattern of conduct is such that you have what is hostility to being documented, and you are remembering what is the ongoing elements that govern stalking with activity as I cross the street. This is the stalker. This is exactly what Ontario Police were doing. 8DCX056. You have what is what I wanted to show is I captured video real quick. I just wanted to get that group stalker on video showing what is conduct. That's demonic activity while they are stalking in the path, meaning as I start crossing the street, they're waiting in a parking lot. And as they are waiting in the parking lot, they wait for me to cross the street in order to engage in crossing a path, touching the surfaces with light. As they that third party crosses path, the directed light swiping across what is the 3-star janitorial building. And that is called stalking with light and stalking in the path, like pursuant to what I am doing at the same time. That's that simultaneity of conduct. And that's exactly what the Ontario Police Department were doing as I was using my podcast and my video recorder. All right, stalking with activity. So anyway, with regard to what is criminal summoning, the long and short of it, criminal summoning is hostility to documentation. All right, you are basically engaging in what is damning. The entity already knows that this is documentation, that the pattern of conduct is already established, but it is that which is intended to essentially stop from being able to document inside of that venue, which I don't need to be inside of that venue to document. I've already shown you this with Starbucks and with the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, who are continuously being documented, and it has shown what they were engaging in. As I was telling you what they were engaging in, and I had already established it, but it is ongoing evidence for that prosecution. You are talking about what is harassment by a demon-possessed psychopath. That is a psychopath. That's what you're dealing with. The pattern of conduct is already established. All right, so you don't have to be inside of that venue. This is an act of desperation while they are hostile to the fact that you are revealing what they are doing. That's what that's about. While the elements are ongoing, okay? They are literally under the fake sun and indirect light. 60448X2. Literally under the fake sun. And indirect light while they are engaging in that conduct. Route 87 is crossing path at 9:11 a.m. 1545811. CJP013 crossing path at Euclid and Holt. Okay, license 8HJB434. 8LPA055. Um, 1469611. 8ALJ265 3218 3E2. 6BOG821 96181W2 7KHU520 8WZN698 3WTK380 Ontario Fire, and 8UTB 834, I believe. I think I read the lights for me. Yeah, 6BOG821. I think I read that one already. FLR910 OLPAPER. While Ontario Fire is stalking at a stoplight, directed light, a tall directed light streaming backwards towards me as a cross path. Okay, you're stalking at a stoplight under the fake sun and in directed light. 8RGX351, 7JJM835, 7PWJ643, 7LCU228. 31663B2 78046H3 8UNF488, paper plate BC76Y87, and Ontario Fire, group stalking at a traffic light under the fake sun and indirect light 1420228. 6TSG866. 8C, I can't really see that one. Okay, the video that I showed you with stalking with peculiarized light this morning, they're strategically placed in alignment to the bus stop, and they are using that truck as a peculiarized light to maintain light in the path. They're stalking with light in the path, and they're doing so in alignment with the bus stop where the 83 and the 87 is, where the state's fake sun is not over that bus stop. While I'm at 3-star janitorial in conflict with the documentation I already showed. You're showing, which meaning it's not in conflict with my documentation, it's in conflict with what the state is doing with its fake sun, as it's all over the place based on where I am, which is damning with regard to the act of criminal summoning while you're engaging in federal stalking. 8FJH417, both while you engage in criminal summoning and while you arrive pursuant to that criminal summoning, i.e. the Ontario Police Department, who have not a leg of legitimacy whatsoever. So you are literally talking about demons that are engaging in ongoing operation, all right, having no legal argument, having no argument whatsoever, right? No leg to stand on, and still just operating. They're just waiting for the day that they're going to be dragged into court, all right? They're operating off of a fallacy, 6267183. That's exactly what they're doing, all right? That's all that they're doing, operating off of an illusion, all right? Waiting, in other words, until the day that they are dragged in court and they're going to be prosecuted and they are going to federal prison. The Ontario Police Department is going to be disbanded as well. You are talking about engaging in attempts at kidnapping, criminal summoning. There's going to be people that are going to be deported and people that are going to federal prison for repeated acts of kidnapping. 7HEM675. BU21L24, and that does not just, it's not limited to only the Ontario Police Department, the people of the state engaging in kidnapping as well. So let me make sure I point that out. BG52525, 8EMH520. So I want to make sure that you are talking about my documentation upon the pattern of conduct is already established. You are speaking to what is the policy that is necessary as you are capturing what is demonic activity and the conduct of demons. All right, these are psychopaths, unrestrained, needing to be restrained not only by the law, not only by a very intense prosecution, but by that punishment when you're dealing with what are psychopaths. All right, and the threat that the impermissible threat that they wage, and it is even more so when you are looking at the methods employed. In other words, you're talking about the public corruption by literally the government itself. And so it is 9:17 a.m. and this is the city of Ontario that is stalking with light in direct alignment with the bus stop number 7911. And it's no question what they're doing. So they're just filling the space, this little field in between Bravo stores and more. This is their monitoring. And they're stalking with peculiarized light, putting up a sign, putting up ladders on the side of the wall while they're maintaining light under the fake sun and indirected light. Okay, this is the same strip of street where the state was creating laser-like activity while the group stalkers that are the people of the state were crossing path 14270C1, where the state's fake sun is over me at 3-star janitorial and not over this bus stop, where the state was engaging in that same conduct with laser-like conduct as the people of the state are crossing path 7HNA383. And then you have what is the engagement in what is criminal summoning as you document what is sexual violence while directed light is inside of that venue. All right, that's going toward their prosecution. You're engaging in P.O.C, that's sure. 6SWS999, and then you engage in an attempted kidnapping, 8UEP393. That's what criminal summoning is about. 8J36400. That's Allied Universal. All right. You have what is, and with Dorothy Richardson, engaging in false allegations. That's out of the mouth of the demon-possessed stalker, S.I.I.S. Talking about, I am threatening personnel. This is why you document everything. Demons are liars. Let me be clear. You ever heard of the devil is a liar? These are the demon-possessed. They are liars. 80825F2, 6EUX404, KVN 2838, Texas, 8EGE922. And on City of Ontario is monitoring while they're stalking with peculiarized light using that truck, 7BAR566. And the same directed light occurring on the asphalt and on the sidewalk while they're crossing the path under the fake sun and into the shade. Remember, that was in the shade that was occurring. The same thing with Omnitrans. That was in the shade where that directed light was appearing. The fake sun, and then you're seeing what is the strip of where the shade begins, where the building is. All right, but you're still seeing, if you pay attention to that video, while that group stalker walked inside of that directed light, their shadow was appearing. And they were in the shade, and that directed light was manifesting in the shade. Absolutely impossible. Those are demons that were standing around, keeping their back to me, and understand they can engage in that conduct of switching drivers at any bus stop that they want to. It was the engagement in the elements, and you were witnessing Satan in operation. Satan was at work in that environment, the direct evidence as to that, okay? And you have what the psychopath keeps their back to you, act like they're oblivious to your presence. The psychopath summons the police while you document the fact that they are a sex offender and a psychopath while they are in directed light. And that's what you're focusing on, the directed light. That sex offender was in the bathroom and you see her standing in directed light, creating activity, stalking in the path, in directed light. You engage in criminal summoning while upon establishing the state's pattern of conduct, you're going to be prosecuted for that. 64639H2. It's called obstruction of justice, and there is a very, very weighty prosecution for those that engage in that, and that is the state's pattern of conduct. Obstruction of justice is the P.O.C. That is the P.O.C. Directed light when they're not even driving on the street, 7ERG915. They're turning at the corner. They're not even at... Anyway, this is demonic activity. This is just the ability to dissect the entirely demented conduct of the demons that surround. And also, let me be clear, their inability to articulate reasonable explanations for what they're doing, why they're doing what they're doing. 8KEU556, 7LIF322, 7X33371. BS88NOO, 8VOR183, 7NXN189, 06071P1, 6JZD069, and understand that's what Dorothy Richardson was about. OLPAPER is crossing path again. License 32385R2. That's what they get some old black woman with ashy ankles and a bad weave. That's supposed to, that's their guard, understand, because they can't give an explanation. Well, why? And of course, anyone would be like, well, why did you call the police? What are you talking about? A trespass for what? okay? Because using my phone, just like the group stalker was, literally she's in there using the restroom, using her phone, just like everybody else. And I'm not in her conversation while she's talking, whatever it is that she's talking about. You're talking, the reality, the bottom line is, because I could be talking about an axe murderer. You think that, are you an axe murderer as well? Are you engaging in, but the bottom line is that you're talking about hostility to being documented. Why are you going to start crying about that which doesn't apply to you? Why are you automatically taking it personally? And you're talking about, and this is based on the audible activity of a group stalker. Mata said it. Understand? 77301U2. And understand, Mata's just said that. This is a narrative. This is a narrative, and it's a very weak one, okay? This is the same attempt to construct a narrative, and understand, somebody crying is not grounds for calling the police and using my phone or calling the police. You have Richardson pointing out the fact that she's recording you. I'm documenting you, I sure am. And I'm able to do that, especially when you are engaging in criminal activity. And that's what I captured Ms. Richardson engaging in. You have she's essentially the bodyguard of Allied Universal, while she's representing the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, not the Sheriff's Department, the San Bernardino County building, San Bernardino County, who was documented in more than one method of harassment. I'm documenting the San Bernardino Human Services Department. The fake sun is over that venue as well while they're engaged in harassing me as well. Documented that. This is the same San Bernardino County, all right? 8T19897. This is the same county, okay? License plate 7MPE530-5PYZ324. So I just want to speak to what was the conclusion, and that's why I documented what happened, what's going on. She's talking about that because I'm dealing with them in their alternate universe. So their alternate universe where, I don't know what you're talking, I'm the only one in the bathroom. She's talking about, somebody's talking about some Mexican, which I didn't say anything about no Mexican, nothing. And you're talking about documentation, and I'm showing you what is directed light, and I'm not directly addressing her at all, right? Which I'm going to do, and I can do. And so as far as they're concerned, if you're not a stalker, then you shouldn't be concerned about what I'm talking about, right? And what are you crying about? And she said that you pay attention to what Mata said. She said that you said that she was a sex offender. And that's exactly what I stated while I was walking out of the venue after talking to Matas. And this girl had already walked inside of a side door. She was dismissed by Matas, and I'm talking to Matas. And that was the end of the conversation. You're talking about reaching, okay? I can say whatever I want. I can use my phone, just like they are, okay? The reality is, the bottom line is 7YMP830, 8MPG334, 8PXU011, 02033A1, 7PLM533. The bottom line is, what is governing? Because what you're not going to be distracted by are these narratives by those who are engaging in the pattern of conduct. He can say that I called her a thief, that I called her an immigrant. I mean, anything. You could say, I could call her whatever. I can call her ugly, okay? I can call her ashy, like I called Miss Richardson today. I can call her whatever I want. It's not a crime. And second of all, you have what is my use of my phone, which is also not a crime. The bottom line, though, this is what I'm saying. The bottom line is, directed light is in that bathroom. Period. 8B34398, I believe. Directed light is in that bathroom. And that is what you are focusing on. They want you to focus on this over here and focus on that over there. And you made her cry. And that's why I'm going to call the police, because you can't come in here anymore. She started crying after you left. Understand, all of those are distractions. It's a distraction. Directed light is in that bathroom. Lights on in a building, ordinary lights do not create triple shadows around you. That is the same light activity that I'm showing you in the Fontana Chamber of Commerce parking lot. The same light activity that I'm showing you at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. Everywhere that I'm going, that is the engineered light. That is present inside of that venue. That is what you are focusing on. Understand, these demons want you to focus on everything else, including me. Understand what that is. That is an attempt to engage in some distracting form of harassment, getting off of the P.O.C., even though criminal summoning is the P.O.C. You're talking about getting off of focusing on the fact that they're sex offenders and directed light is in that venue, and focus on the fact, oh, the police are here. Oh, the police are engaged in a pattern of kidnapping. The police are monitoring right now, talking about everything but the fact that, remember, directed light is inside of that venue. That's impossible light activity. That is deliberately placed. That's the environment inside of that venue. That is the San Bernardino County, Ontario Public Health Clinics, located at 150 East Hope Boulevard. That is what you are focusing on. That is the evidence that I already have. They can call the police all they want. They're monitoring together. They are under the fake sun. They are in directed light outside. And then you have what is the state's engineered light inside of that venue in the private space. San Bernardino County is going to be prosecuted as a sex offender, period, engaging in federal stalking. That is the only reason why you place that inside of the bathroom. The only one. That is the only reason why you do that. You are a very violent sex offender engaging in surveillance in that private space. That's why it's set up like that. All right? That is sexual violence. And they engaged in an act of harassment, criminal summoning, while I have already documented this. And that is a sex offender in that directed light. All right, understand how Satan operates, and don't be distracted by that. I'm not, and I want to point that out to you. But what am I also doing? I'm also asking them questions. How are you even jumping from being in the bathroom and because she's crying? What? I'm confused. What are you talking about? Silence. You hear crickets. Absolutely nothing. And you have the ashy ankle Dorothy Richardson, who is basically manning them because they cannot give an explanation, a logical one, which you should. You want to call the police for what? For what? All right? And you cannot depict me as some street thug. You wish that you could. I'm speaking words that they don't even know the definition of. I'm more intelligent than all of them. I'm dancing circles around them. You cannot answer my question, and that's what you are. That's what you're scared of. And that's why Dorothy Richardson is standing out there manning Allied Universal. They're supposed to be the security guards. Let me be clear. She's standing in directed light. Her repeating herself is audible activity. This is a demon-possessed stalker who is very fearful of documentation that I already gathered inside of that venue. Everything was the engagement in the elements, okay? And you are unable to depict me as some street thug. You don't have that in Erica Lorraine Spencer. Sorry. That is I want to be clear. Matas in reaching. That's a reach, and reach is speaking in the vernacular. The absence of any evidence to substantiate what are false allegations. He's creating a false narrative. All right, and he's not even creating a false narrative. He is failing at trying to create a narrative. In other words. You don't have one, and that's why you stand there silent, okay? That's what you do when you have nothing intelligent to say. You can't even respond because you know it doesn't make any sense, and that's why you have what is essentially a bodyguard in Dorothy Richardson. All right, she's a state actor. So let me be clear on that. What governs is the evidence that I already captured. So what I captured today, what did I capture today? Evidence of the obstruction of justice upon documentation. Nothing is going to obstruct the target individual's ability to document. Nothing. You're looking at how demons conduct themselves. All right, as you are documenting them, and this is disruption of the system. I'm going to prosecute Richardson. I'm going to prosecute Allied Universal. You have this overweight, disgusting creature in Matas who is engaging in sexual violence day in and day out. He is a disgusting slob who cannot hold in his dirty uniform, his gut hanging over his belt. He's disgusting. And that third party is monitoring me in the bathroom and aware of when I'm pulling my panties up and down, monitoring while I'm surrounded by directed light, as that directed light is molesting my entirety of my body, including my genitalia that's exposed in that directed light. And then that sex offender engages in criminal summoning. That's what I captured today. That's the pattern of conduct underway, okay? United States Postal Service molesting my body, 6424082. The same director that I showed you, that's what United States Postal Service is just engaged in right now. It's 9:30 a.m. So that is the reality of what I captured. There is nothing that is distracting from the P.O.C. I am literally capturing what is the inability to explain. It doesn't even make any sense. And you're listening to what are little demon-possessed police officers who are ill-equipped for and have no business in law enforcement whatsoever. I'm documenting criminal activity by those uniformed of the Ontario Police Department who are speaking that which is untrue, stating that I'm present on what are the grounds of the San Bernardino County, which is not a trespass because they decide to tell me at the door upon failing to create a false narrative, and then they don't want to explain it. Explain why are you calling the police? Just telling somebody, oh, get out of here. That's like if they had a line of people that were waiting to get inside of the county office and you're telling them, well, you can't come in. We're going to call the police. Everybody's going to be like, what are you talking about? And that does not make a trespass. because you want to summon the police, basically escalate a non-situation into one, summoning the police, mentioning their name, which is a threat in and of itself, and then not want to explain why you're doing so. That does not make a trespass. Everything that they said is audible activity under the fake sun. And those are all sex offenders that were engaging in the P.O.C. while they were doing so. And what is not changing is the fact that directed light is inside of that private space. That's what you're not going to forget. That's what governs. Period. And there's no getting around that. You're seeing how demons conduct themselves while you're documenting the criminal activity. That's demonic activity, okay? That's how Satan operates. 1535707. The bus arrives at 9:31 a.m. City of Ontario, loitering in relevant position with particularized light the entire time. That's P.O.C.
Federal law requires masks on board.
License plate 1535707, bus 1362, and molestation of my person as they drive off on proceeding north on Euclid Avenue at 9:44 a.m. I'm on camera and I'm referencing directed light as they open and close the door as their third parties are getting on and off. It's P.O.C. on that bus, and the state is keeping its fake sun pursuant to the pattern of conduct in the window of where I'm sitting on the bus. And you have what is molestation. So this is directed light while they are off of the passenger side onto me on the sidewalk while they're crossing paths. Just like I showed while I'm standing at 3-Star Janitorial, where the state's fake sun is directly over that building, just not too long ago. And then the state puts its fake sun over the bus stop where I'm sitting in City of Ontario, Stalking with peculiarized light directly across from the bus stop. It is 9:44 a.m. and the state's fake sun is over 204 North Euclid, the 7-Eleven, where I captured it yesterday upon my arrival. And again, this is the stalking with light conduct and providing the ongoing context as you're documenting what is the obstruction of justice, the psychopath, the sex offender, as it is engaged in the pattern of conduct. Okay, that is, I've already documented all these license plates. I think these are employees of the 7-Eleven. License 6BLJ001. The state is aiming directed light into the parking lot of the 7-Eleven while the minions are driving on Euclid Avenue. That is, it's already impossible light, but you have like really ridiculous light. That's why I just captured on video for you to see with yourself. BE10W37 and 8EIN446. She's the black-haired third party with a green sweater on. She's walking out, crossing path and under the fake sun. 7SOL800, excuse me. She's on the cameras in the parking lot and in the store 7-Eleven at 9:46 a.m. License plate 8SMH642. It's 9:46. All right, 9:50 a.m. I just want to document directed light. Now, again, this is what I'm stating with regard to it is nothing but maintenance of presence. The people are group stalking in a bathroom, you're group stalking in a store, you're group stalking at the gas station, and this is what I'm referencing the surveillance cameras while the state is aiming directed light, concentrated color directed light onto the floor right next to me while I'm at the in the aisle where the coffee is and the Danish is. The cupcake area, this is what I'm looking at, and the state aims directed light right there in front of where the little bakery is. They sell donuts in the glass area, the glass display of donuts, directed light right there on the floor. And then as I reference the cameras, aims more directed light across the refrigerated aisle of where the sodas and the, let me see, what is that, electrolyte, where they have a large round size mirror, and where there are cameras at the corner of the store, the state aims directed light there. And right now at 9:53 a.m., as I look at that area, the state aims more of the same directed light you're looking at outside that I'm showing you on the brick walls. That's what the state is aiming on the walls inside of the 7-Eleven. This is the one at 204 North Euclid Avenue, and that is group stalking. You are a stalker with the state, and that is what I mean by recognizing the patterns that they're engaging in. The pattern of conduct is already established. They are stalking at every location where you're at and following with that same environment while the state is stalking with that environment. All right, that absolutely impossible light activity occurring with simultaneity to and at the location that I am inside of the store, and the fake sun is over the venue. The fake sun is no explanation for what is the directed light. Those are two different methods of stalking with light, and this is terrorism inside of 7-Eleven. And you're also going to want to, I also want to document what is the efforts of what is targeting conduct. The way that these sort of venues engage in targeting is what you typically buy, which again, you're subject to monitoring and stalking. They will remove those products that you typically buy. And so I want to document that as well. While they're engaging in terrorism, the state is aiming directed light across the wall. That's concentrated colored light across the walls and on the floors around me inside of the venue. While they are group stalking on cameras outside of the venue, that's what they're doing. They're maintaining presence. And so it is 9:54 a.m. I want to document that, and I am referencing the security cameras as well. This white woman is getting coffee. She's engaged in federal stalking. Working on the register, you're engaging in federal stalking. The venue is filled with directed light, and the fake sun is over the venue. There is no form. It's P.O.C. It is currently 9:55 a.m. at 204 North Euclid Avenue. All right, I did complete a purchase. It's currently 9:58 a.m., and I'm going to be seen on the cameras exiting the venue. I did take pictures of where the state is aiming. It's concentrated colored directed light on the floor and on the walls around me, where I am also located, capturing where the state is aiming this light. This is terrorism while the state is doing it inside of a venue, and you're seeing how the state is engaging in that terroristic type conduct inside of any venue where you are at, and including inside of your neighborhood 7-Eleven. Okay, 109 ES is group stalking at gas stall number 6. They are under the fake sun. The state is aiming directed light inside of the venue. They're monitoring. They're in operation of their communication devices inside of that 7-Eleven. They are monitoring, and you're looking at what are the demon possessed as they engage in terrorism while the state is shooting that directed light, and they're maintaining presence. Okay, this is the same thing as you're witnessing while, for example, United States Postal Service enters the parking lot of this same venue, and you're going to look at what is directed light that appears on the roof underneath the gas stall, which is impossible light activity while you're driving inside of the parking. You're entering the driveway of the parking lot on 9th Street, and that is directed light that's appearing. You'll see with your own eyes that's appearing on the roof of the 76 where the gas stalls are. You're looking. That's directed light. And it is totally separate from that vehicle of the United States Postal Service. They're engaging in terrorism. While the state is shooting this light all around, these are the demon-possessed that are maintaining presence, and they engage in terrorism with simultaneity to the state's movement of its directed light as they are moving around in the engineered light. This is how the demonic are engaging in terrorism. And then they're engaging in that sexual violence as well, and ongoing documentation of criminal summoning by the demon-possessed is what is the obstruction of justice by these psychopaths as they engage in that conduct, okay? So let me get license 1590769. This is on Upland Police. While the state is aiming directed light inside of that venue and under the fake sun, this is the psychopath maintaining presence in the path under the fake sun in the city of Upland. It's 755 BF handicap, and Upland Police. This psychopath is monitoring while he's sitting in the driver's seat of the car in relevant position as I exit, listening to every word that I'm documenting. 4LKT 496. It is 10:01 a.m. and while that group stalker crosses path under the fake sun, directed light streams across the parking lot where Upland Police are monitoring a relevant position. They represent law enforcement. And this is, again, 10:01 a.m. Okay, I did document what is the state's fake sun that's over the venue, harassment by the entity, and you're talking about what is the state's directed light while I'm documenting Upland Police. Service technician, they represent law enforcement. It is still the same agency. It is still an act of terrorism. And that while I'm documenting what is the placement of targeted directed light inside of the venue of the 7-Eleven. This is currently 5RXF141, and I'm showing you in the video what is literally just, it is inexplicable. It's your light. It's this light that's in the shade where the state's fake sun is on the opposite side of the vehicle, 7KYR652, and 8WON428 and 6VLA267. They are employees that are monitoring inside of 7-Eleven, 8XET911. And FedEx is crossing path as well. You have what is in this video where Upland Police service technician, representing the same agency, is present. And the state's fake sun is over the venue, first of all, okay? And second of all, you have what is directed light, and I'm showing you the tactics of touching with light. And it is literally disconnected. It is in no way making any sense with regard to what the state is doing with this light. And so I'm pointing this out, and you're looking at what is in the shade, and then you're just seeing a strip of light. That is totally inexplicable. All right, that is the conduct. But not only that, you're talking about that which isn't the sun, and I'm showing you what is directed light. This is what the state is molesting the body with. This is what the state is filling the venues, all right, with. It's directed light. That's what it's called. And the state is shooting that like a laser inside of the 7-Eleven as well, while Upland Police are maintaining presence. And let me be clear, while I document that, you have what is the visible appearance of law enforcement. It is currently 10:05 a.m. and I captured in video. This is 10:01 where the state's fake sun is not over D Street. It's not over the Upland Public Library, and it's not over the bus stop, contrary to what I showed while I remain at that bus stop in Ontario. And the state is shooting light like a laser and molesting my body at 10 o'clock in the morning I'm in Upland, and I'm at the 7-Eleven, and this is ongoing documentation of that. And you have what is showing just the ongoing evidence of what is directed light. This is that which is filling the venue of the San Bernardino County Public Health Clinics, where they engaged in criminal summoning, which is the pattern of conduct of the demon-possessed. This is the conduct of the psychopath, as you're revealing that the psychopath is indeed a sex offender, placing that engineered light inside of a private space, speaking to the predatory conduct while you intend to engage in molesting the body with this engineered light, engaging in surveillance and ongoing federal stalking corporately, because this is group conduct by government inside of that bathroom. You are a very exceedingly violent sex offender, and then you're a psychopath that reveals what is hostility as you reveal that truth. And that's objective evidence that you can see with your own eyes. You have stuttered light, multiple shadows inside of that bathroom and outside around that bathroom. And you also have the direct evidence of the fake sun over that venue. You have what are third-party group stalkers that engage in stalking with light. Okay, that's what I showed Airgas doing, CENSATIONAL doing. Okay, I've shown the Ontario Police Department stalking in relevant position, engaging in bathroom monitoring. All right, that's what they're doing. They're monitoring. It's sexual violence. Okay, so it is currently 10:07 a.m. State's fake sun to go up about 150 feet to be on D Street. And it's not over the Fontana Lewis Library and Lewis Library and Technology Center. To answer your question, it is remaining over D Street, and it is impossible to coexist with being on D Street, visible through that window, and also remaining literally over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library. And you're going to want to look at the library, because I've taken video of the roof of that Lewis Library and what the state is doing, because it was really struggling. It's really struggling to do what it typically does, which is remain over the building and engage in this incremental migration, like where it hasn't gone anywhere. And the state literally placed its fake sun at the same time I'm capturing it at like 2 something in the afternoon, and the state placed its fake sun over that same location at 4:45 in the afternoon, 5:45 in the afternoon. And this is the inability to be consistent when you're documenting it. None of that is going to actually occur. Not only that, the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center would burn up if the sun was actually hovering over that library like that. And none of the light activity that you're seeing that's supposedly occurring while that fake sun is over the Upland Public Library is possible to coexist with being over the Fontana Lewis Library, which, if that's actually the sun, then the sun would be over the Fontana Lewis Library and not over the Upland Public Library like I'm capturing, and vice versa. Okay? It is 10:08 a.m. And what you are witnessing is what is the placement of directed light under a light source. And you're witnessing what are psychopaths and the conduct of a psychopath, and understanding the demonic. All right? And the demonic, as even though there are plenty, that does not make them mighty. Like I said, it doesn't make them intelligent. It doesn't make them sly. It does not make them in any way impervious to being exposed as a psychopath that they are. They literally engage in what is just a brute conduct, just summoning the police, even though the police are already documented. They're going to federal prison, engaging in trying to create false stories, even though that's direct evidence of the pattern of conduct in the face of direct evidence of what they are doing. And many are going to federal prison. They're going to be prosecuted as a sex offender, and they just doing it. You're talking about the conduct of a psychopath, okay? A psychopath that is a sex offender. All right, defies logic, defies common sense. This is the impermissible threat of that entity that engages in the P.O.C. All right, and criminal summoning is the P.O.C. It is literally the acting out. It's an act of hostility. And contrary to the popular belief, it is not going to deter documentation or prosecution, and it didn't stop me. And it's not going to stop the ordinary target individual. It's designed to stop the ordinary target individual. All right, who doesn't know their rights, who, perhaps cannot ask the right questions or know actually what they're supposed to do in a different scenario, and then ask them because you already know what they're supposed to be and not supposed to be doing. And their inability to actually respond to it, because actually I don't even think it's times that they know. They actually don't know, and they don't expect the questions that they get. And the inability to do that. You cannot depict me as some thug on the street. You are not capable. This is inconvenient in every way, okay? And so you're looking at what is literally the desperation as I'm documenting. I mean, just egregious, unprecedented level of criminal conduct and sexual violence by a government. And that's the long and short of it. And I am going to create policy. I have created policy. I'm showing and substantiating the need for that policy and the disbanding of what are law enforcement agencies that engage in this terrorism and engage in what is literally harm to the public, harm to society as they are practicing satanic activity. All right, and making that clear that satanic activity is around you, whether you are realizing what you are surrounded by or not, informing the masses about what the government is engaging in the United States of America. It's not a fallacy. It's not a fallacy. It is not some dark secret society that's above suspicion or that is above being prosecuted. It is not a crime that you can never actually pin down in a court of law. All of that is a lie. Okay, you're talking about demons who are plenty. They engage in what is gang conduct. All it takes is one, the right one. And I'm showing you how they are actually a mighty number of pathetic beings. All right, and you can crush them. You can drag them in court. That's exactly what's going to happen. It's 10:11 a.m. at Upland Public Library, referencing the surveillance cameras. It's P.O.C. All right, it is 11:25 a.m. This is documentation of the ongoing elements of monitoring. I'm going to give you the laptop right now. Okay. Ongoing elements of monitoring, and let me show you this. All right, I cut that real short. I wanted to document on video so you can see the predator entering inside of the private space in directed light while in operation of a communication device. And this is the one that's already documented and whose license plate I've already captured. And this is in the environment that is set, right? And so this is stalking in the bathroom. All right, and that's what I captured at 11:26 a.m. And that's ongoing activity creation and relevant positioning inside of the private space. It's 11:27 a.m., so that's what I wanted to document is sexual violence in the private space, Upland Public Library under the state's fake sun in directed light. It is P.O.C. All right, it's 11:46 a.m. and I captured video of what is sexual violence, as I showed you. The state is engaging in its P.O.C. and it's engaging in the P.O.C. of federal stalking while I am in the private space. So that is the sexual violence of the entity that is engaging in terrorism. This is the demon-possessed engaging in federal stalking, and this is showing how that federal stalking is underway inside of what is supposed to be a private space. The government has no business engaging in monitoring and stalking and doing it in concert with the people, let alone invading your privacy in an unprecedented method and manner in concert with everyone around you, while you are talking about what is the demonic, who, which is what I'm revealing, is the inherently sexually violent conduct of the demon possessed, who are already aware of what you're doing inside of a private space, stalking with audible activity inside and outside of that private space. They don't have to be looking at you, okay? That's the reality of demonic activity, engaging in what is federal stalking. And you are doing that, providing that ongoing template of what I showed as a pattern of conduct inside of the private space under what is not the sun. And so I also captured what is the ongoing understanding of the bigger picture with regard to let's not forget what we're documenting here. This is the pattern of conduct of a public entity. And so while you have what is a group stalker, a demon-possessed actor, which is what the environment is revealing, while the state's pattern of conduct is underway, this is what the environment is revealing. The state's pattern of conduct is ceaseless, all right, everywhere that you're going. So as I'm showing what is a psychopath and everything that they engage in while you're documenting a public entity engaging in terrorism and practicing satanic conduct. You're looking at how demons act out. You're looking at how demons are psychopaths. You're looking at how demons are sex offenders. You are looking at how demons are hostile as you reveal that reality. Okay, not opinion. This is reasonable conclusions based on the objective evidence that I have documented for your own eyes and ears to witness. So you have what is my ability to confront that, and that's what I'm doing as I'm exposing what the state of California is engaging in. And 11:44 a.m. This is just punctuating my point of a sex offender entering and stalking. And this is the psychopath. Who stalks somebody, first of all? Who stalks somebody in a bathroom? Because that's exactly what you're doing. That's why the fake sun is there. That's why the state is amplifying the sound of the elevator inside of that bathroom stall. That's why you are maintaining presence in the path, entering before indirect light, entering while I'm in there, while that environment is present, and entering in and out, that which is called patrolling, the engagement in what is the demonic entity, engaging in crossing a path, activity creation, while the state is amplifying audible activity, that same sound of a horn that you heard inside of the study room while I'm in study room number 3, that's what the state is creating while you're flushing the toilet inside of the private space. It's artificial noise. All right, it's creation of noise while they're monitoring you with communication devices and aware of the fact whether your genitalia is exposed or not exposed. This is the sexual violence that is ongoing, and you're going to prosecute for what is that entirely predatory conduct, that entirely predatory and sexually perverted pattern of conduct. And so I'm showing in 11:44 a.m., first of all, the state's fake sun. Let's just bring it all back down to the same demon-possessed actor that arrived pursuant to criminal summoning by these sex offenders. And you're talking about the state's fake sun, which is captured over, and I don't have to do it down to the minute. I do it down to the same minute to draw a very vivid picture for you. 11:44 a.m. on August 17, 2020, after being released from kidnapping from this demon-possessed entity that is engaging in obstruction of justice, you have what is the state's fake sun that is captured over the Ontario Police Department at 2500 South Archibald Avenue in the city of Ontario, which is off of the 60 freeway. And I'm capturing, while I'm on the 60 freeway, the state keeping its fake sun in the window of that vehicle en route to that Ontario Police Department. I am capturing fully the pattern of conduct, as I have done. And you're looking at that same pattern, the state keeping its fake sun over the car, over any building, which is a venue, everywhere that I'm at, en route to any location where I'm at, including over the Ontario Police Department at 11:44 a.m. And then as I return, it remains over that Ontario Police Department, and the next day, and this is in conflict with what I continue to document. This is how I am documenting the entirety of the entity. This is the beauty of documentation. This is stripping demons nude, showing you the psychopaths and sex offenders and kidnappers that they are, okay? And you have what is a sex offender entering inside of the restroom under that which is clearly not the sun, while the state is keeping its fake sun over D Street while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library. And that is impossible to coexist while it's over D Street, remaining over D Street, clearly visible through that window of the emergency exits of the Upland Public Library in the city of Upland. And it's over my head while I'm at the Ontario Police Department down to the minute at the same time. This is that which is impossible, all right? And that is how you are revealing what is a sex offender, what is the deliberate maintenance of that environment so that you can engage in that invasive conduct, that criminal, invasive, and predatory conduct inside of what is a private space. You're going to prosecute for that, all right? You're talking about what is the pattern of conduct of federal stalking amongst the demon-possessed. And the state's fake sun over the Ontario Police Department is informing the masses of the condition of that police department, and it is run by Satan. That is the demon-possessed agency. Those are demon-possessed stalkers that arrived pursuant to criminal summoning while they were already stalking in the path. They even arrived pursuant to the demonic behavioral pattern. As I stopped recording my podcast, the first officer arrives, the skinny one. Who's there starts with the Z. And then as I stopped recording video, I believe his name is he or she, I don't know what that was. Looked like a girl that wants to be a boy. I don't know what that was. But anyway, Montez arrives and pursuant to the demonic behavioral pattern, and they're under the fake sun, and you are in directed light as well, and that's called criminal facilitation, both by the people and by the state. Ontario Police Department represent the state, and they are engaging in terrorism together as they engage in what is obstruction of justice while they're hostile to being documented as sex offenders, and nothing is going to obstruct the ability to document. You're witnessing what is the psychopath, okay? As the pattern of conduct is already established. This is speaking to the creation of policy, and this is understanding the nature of demonic activity. This is understanding the outward conduct, the ways in which Satan itself acts out and communicates hostility while you are exposing the criminal and perverted and violative system that is in operation amongst a people and a government. All right. And so that's what I captured in video. And I just wanted to dovetail that. Let's not forget the big picture. That wasn't the sun over the Ontario Police Department, and that wasn't an exercise of any legal authority. You are exercising fictitious authority while federal stalking is underway. This is the demon-possessed engaging and wearing those police uniforms. They are stalkers that are already stalking in the path and then arrive while the stalkers who are being documented as sex offenders summon them. It is the ongoing P.O.C. Okay. And what am I also showing you? The sex offender that enters inside of the private space, the sex offender that's patrolling in the private space while the sex offender is amplifying artificial activity inside of the private space. All right. Under that, which is clearly not the sun. And that's how the environment is prosecuting the entity and showing the reality of a sex offender. All right. The state's directed light inside of that state facilitating video of the San Bernardino County. Excuse me. That's a vessel of the government. That is public property. It is not private property. You have what is, first of all, criminal facilitation amongst the demon possessed who are monitoring. All right. But you also have what is erroneous information coming out of their mouth, with which they are monitoring me. All right. And also I am a recipient of county benefits, and how I'm in no way trespassing. You will have literally what is the desperate acts of the entity while I'm documenting what is the pattern of conduct. Okay. That is a government property. That's public property. And while you also have what is no legal grounds to engage in barring me, this is harassment and what is criminal summoning. That's the P.O.C. Okay. But I want to document it anyway. Everything that is coming out of the mouth is audible activity. Everything that is occurring is in relevant position in that environment. Wow. By the way, the state was sounding plane engines. Okay. The state is stalking by helicopter. This is already ongoing. This is already established. And you're looking at how the psychopath acts as you pinpoint what is a pattern of conduct. That goes to policy. You're looking at how the psychopath conducts itself. There's no question about the P.O.C. It's already established. All right, it is 11:55 a.m. That is P.O.C. Amplification of elevator activity while they're maintaining presence in the private space, monitoring with underage minions. Right, using children to create activity and maintain presence as well in the same environment. It's 3:53 p.m. and this minion enters the bathroom just to flush the toilet, cross path, stalking inside in front of me on the video after I'm capturing the fake sun. It's 3:53 p.m. again. This is documentation of stalking and activity creation in the private space, and they're on surveillance cameras. P.O.C. All right, it's 3:59 p.m. I am on the cameras exiting the restroom. You have maintenance of presence to my right and to my left with the librarian with the brunette hair that engaged in yelling and harassing. She's in directed light holding a book stack, maintaining presence as I exit the bathroom. She's engaging in bathroom monitoring in directed light. Hi, I left the... Thank you. And you have what is the state amplifying the sound of the elevator inside of the bathroom while one is maintaining presence inside of the bathroom stall. That's relevant positioning in the private space under the fake sun and indirected light, which I'm showing you the state is aiming on the water fountain. That is light touching the surfaces, and that's for purposes of federal stalking, and that's also ongoing terrorism while the demon-possessed are engaging in federal stalking. And you literally have what is this stalker that enters inside of the bathroom in front. This one that you see on video, she's entering inside of the private space. She walks in, flushes the toilet. That's activity creation, and she essentially walks out. This is relevant positioning and activity creation, and understand it's group conduct. So you have one that's in the stall. You have another one that's in the stall with a young talkative child with lights on her shoes. This is presence all in the state's environment, ongoing activity creation, serving federal stalking, and just entering in, crossing path, and flushing the toilet is activity creation. This is ongoing monitoring inside of that private space. And you have what is the single demonic mindset, while it is not separate conduct which you are witnessing. All right, it's demonic activity, and you're prosecuting for what is sexual violence while they engage in their demonic activity inside of that private space. You have what is absolutely impossible light activity, prefacing this female's entrance inside of the private space, whether she actually just walked in to flush the toilet like she did or not, or to actually use the restroom. Like I said, it's relevant positioning, it's activity creation, it is light activity creation while they are patrolling in that directed light under the fake sun. And you have what is entirely perverted conduct. I want to be clear, there is no distinction between the state facilitating venue in Ontario and this venue where I am physically at. It's a matter of an address. It is one entity and it is one demonic entity, first of all. And second of all, you have what is the prosecution of the public entity that is operating the system. And so you have what are this same exact entity that's engaging in ongoing sexual violence and engaging in what is the acts of criminal summoning this morning. And they engage in, and this is what I'm showing while you're capturing the demons, because this is what they are. These are the demon possessed, engaging in ongoing sexual violence in an impossible environment. This is the direct evidence. This is exactly what you're going to play back in court and you're going to prosecute. And then you are going to understand the conduct of what are demons while they engage in harassment as you document them as the sex offenders that they are. Because that's exactly what you are when you are in a private space engaging in that invasive conduct, monitoring with the government. And you're doing it in the bathroom and you're stalking in the bathroom. Because that's exactly what you're doing on behalf of the public entity that is stalking with an environment and stalking by police, fire, helicopter, ambulance, and you're doing so vicariously on behalf of that entity. And these are the demon possessed. They are stalking literally as you make any subtle movement, as you are acting on a communication device, the same behavioral pattern that I have already demonstrated. They are engaging in that in the bathroom. That is following inside of that private space. That is a sex offender and a violent one. This is sexual violence done by a group, by an entity. All right. And then you have what is the act of terrorism, that terrorizing environment, which I have shown is present while you're entering inside of the private space. And then you have the demon possessed that are filling that private space, all of them monitoring together. And this is the breakdown of what these demons are engaging in. And then you have the same demons that engage in summoning the police who are monitoring all of them together. Okay. This is the psychopath. Okay, and this is why I captured on video. You have what is the state keeping its fake sun over D Street, which is necessary in order for me to capture through the window that is facing D Street at the intersection now of what is Euclid Avenue, where I've already captured it early in the morning as I'm approaching this same venue in direct conflict with being over, for example, the Fontana Lewis Library at the same time. And after 4:45 p.m., 5:45 p.m., you have what is the state engaging in placing its fake sun over entirely different venues. This is the psychopath, okay? And so you have, I want to be clear, this is the impermissible threat. This is the sexual violence that the entity wages and does so. You're dealing with that which is fully deliberate with regard to the action, the conduct, and determine a criminal determination in the absence of, you're working outside of reality. You are absent, you have checked out of reality when you are looking at what is the objective evidence and then the circumstances under which the government is engaging in this conduct. And that includes the people of the state. Okay, so this is literally a system that has been disrupted and they shall be prosecuted for that impermissible threat that they wage while doing so. Literally operating outside of reality when you are doing that which is clearly unnatural in an unnatural environment, okay? This is the prosecution of that entity and showing the identity, the true identity of that entity while it does so. While inside of the bathroom, again, the state is amplifying the sound of the elevator. First of all, that is called audible activity. You can walk in there and start talking. It's audible activity. You're going to be able to prosecute the sex offender for anything that they're doing. Walking in there and crumbling paper and walking out. Walking in and flushing the toilet and walking out. It's audible activity. It's serving monitoring and it's occurring in the private space. Okay, and that's the repercussion of a government monitoring you and engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring. The demonic go further than that. They are stalking you in the bathroom, in the private space. They are doing so in relevant position, stalking as you exit. That's what the librarian is doing, standing in front of the elevator. And she is also engaging in the P.O.C. while the state is amplifying the sound of an elevator inside of the bathroom. So you are witnessing engagement in demonic activity because impossible audible activity of the elevator as you are looking at them get on and off. They are engaging in the P.O.C. The state is amplifying that which these demons are engaging in concert to monitor someone in a private space while all corporately aware of the physical, being physically indisposed and genitalia exposed, placing directed light in that venue, all of that serving that sexually violent purpose, okay? It's 4:05 p.m., and that is P.O.C. at Upland Public Library, and the surveillance cameras are ongoing documentation of that. I am documenting on my podcast with regard to what are pacing around in this environment where the state is placing its directed light as they are patrolling in and out of the bathroom and creating activity that the state is amplifying inside of the bathroom. That's P.O.C. All right, it's 4:33 p.m. The demon-possessed stalker who I took an image of, she's the one you also see in video, stalking, getting right in front of me, entering inside of the bathroom with directed light on the water fountain and the fake sun over the venue. She's seated in study room number 2. That's the same one I took images of. And you already know what is the acoustics inside of here where the state is amplifying activity. You have what is this demon-possessed stalker stalking with noise, creating loud noise, which is amplified with simultaneity to my activity on the communication device. That is the Chromebook. This demon is stalking with noise while she is maintaining presence in study room number 2 in the environment that the state is maintaining. In addition, with the sound of the horn that the state creates while flushing the toilet as well, the state is filling the noise with, filling this study room number 1 with that noise as well. And she is in the next room hitting objects, which is amplified in sound. That's the simultaneity of conduct. That's the demonic behavioral pattern while she's monitoring what I'm doing on the Chromebook on the venue of the internet. That is P.O.C. It's 4:34 p.m. All right, 5:55 p.m. I do reference the cameras upon entrance and exit of the restroom. So you have approximately 5:50. I enter. You have what is an Asian male, a short Asian male. He's maintaining presence at the elevator. As I begin movement, he is stalking with path while the state amplifies the sound of the elevator as he gets on it. He is crossing path in doing so. Right, he's maintaining presence while I'm at the desktop computer. And then you have what is the entrance into the bathroom while I'm inside of the private space while the state amplifies the sound of the elevator inside of the bathroom. You have what is patrolling inside of the restroom. Is the exit closed? Okay. You have what is the entrance inside of the restroom, just like I documented inside of 150 East Holt, where they walked inside of the bathroom just to cross path and, excuse me, in order to get, in order to engage in crossing the path and doing so with simultaneity to what I'm doing in the bathroom. So meaning as I'm changing activity, as I engage in new activity, the moment, in other words, that I pull up my underwear, all right, they are monitoring, and it makes them no less of a sex offender while the stalker waits till you pull up your panties because they're aware that you're documenting them. They engage in stalking as in going ahead of you. That still makes you a sex offender. It's the nature of the criminal activity that they're engaging in with the mindset that they have, the knowledge that they have. This is what is making that sex offender and an unprecedented one, all right? So you have what is this entrance inside of the library, and as I exit, that's crossing a path in audible activity. You're engaging in monitoring, and you're engaging in this demonic pacing conduct in the private space. Everything that they are doing in the private space is pursuant to the sex offense, okay? They're doing it in that private space, and you're prosecuting for that, okay? That's the point of it. So you have what is engaging in the opening and closing of the door, and then you have a maintenance of presence right outside of the exit. And this is the African American with the long synthetic hair. You have whose license plate I've already documented. You have what is 4YCY621 monitoring with the state that's flying over by helicopter right now. It's 5:57 p.m. at Upland Public Library. You have what is the Joy. And you have, and I took an image of them. They are manning the path upon exit. This is positioning for maintenance of presence in the path, and they are monitoring in the bathroom. They are maintaining presence as I am exiting the bathroom, and the state is amplifying audible activity inside of the bathroom. And you also have what is ongoing confirmation of bathroom monitoring while the state is flying over the library with a helicopter. Okay, it is currently 5:58 p.m. That is Upland Public Library. The documented state actors; those are state actors. They are at a state facilitating venue, so employees represent the state. You have peculiarized light outside, flickering light. 5WSB861, while the state flies over by helicopter. Understand that's light activity, that's audible activity, and that's stalking by the state directly, helicopter, an indicator of third-party group stalkers. 6VAH356, 7XQW958, 4UQS776. 7CJP013, the one that crossed path this morning at Holton Euclid under the fake sun in Ontario. X144DO, 7DJK966, 8REF433, 7H91387. They're all monitoring with the state that just flew over the library, the Upland Library, with a helicopter, okay? License 8XUY437, 7H91387. Yeah, I read that one. MUSKRT 8JQL545, 8FNJ565, 8VCE858, 7ZTF088, 8NGM369, 7YDF006. I just want you to hear that helicopter activity while I'm going to recite these license plates. Directed light on the Upland Fire Department station. Flying directly over. License plate 83565L2. 8JQL545 crosses path with simultaneity to the state, flying over. Crossing path, that's what that is. 6XDR335. 6FTE842. License 7YFV803. 7MLC019. 7HCD273, 8NNK656, 37732Z1, TEDDERS 79498U1, 7FAS800, 7TXV593. State facilitating venue of the Upland Fire Department. That is the San Bernardino County Fire Department. 8TWT251, 6YOW386, 7UZB157, 7JWV618. Understand the Upland City Hall, the Upland City Council, they're monitoring. 6LZB191. This is an act of terrorism attributed to the entire venue, okay? 8ULT017, 6WXW329, 8GZP379, 8UGW375, 6Z67956, 7MVE024, 8UXH642, 8RTM004, 4UQTPIE, 8PUA648, DOXE4ME, 8TWT251, I believe. Psychopaths walking out of Upland City Hall, communication devices in hand, in directed light, while the state's stalking with a helicopter. That's demonic activity. 8JRF477. Yeah, 6Z67956. I want to make sure I got that one. License plate. I think I read 5AEL716. 8VCE858. And I'm referencing the Bank of America cameras, speaking to what is P.O.C. at 6:02 p.m. License plate, this is City of Upland, 1607198. And the state is flying over the same parking lot and another plane amplifying that activity. This is the librarian, license plate, calling herself Mama Library, 8MZU770. That's an effort to conceal their name. Having the third parties refer to her as Mama Library. That's an effort to conceal your name. 1208534, LNICELY. Let's see, this is City of Upland 1603322. Molesting with directed light. That's Joy, license 8RFF433. She's a sex offender monitoring in the bathroom and a sex offender molesting my body with directed light. License plate. Oh, I got her license plate already. X144DO, that demon is monitoring, remaining stationary in the parking lot. I think I read these already. I think I read that one already. And it is currently 6:03 p.m. Helicopter activity upon exit of the venue. Okay, that is a direct indicator. No hint there. You've got some psychopaths staying around flickering light, in directed light, while the state's flying around in a helicopter. CLVETTE. That's demonic activity. Just chit-chatting like nothing's happening. Those are the demon-possessed. Those are psychopaths. They're monitoring. AGZP379, I believe I read that one already. Just want to make sure. And 6VAH356, the overweight one that likes to monitor in the bathroom and slam the doors where I'm at. She's just engaging in the P.O.C. She's maintaining presence in front of my property as I walk around the parking lot. And she's right over flickering light. What's that sound? Alrighty, documenting third-party license plates. Well, actually, third-party and state license plate. This is actually a state facilitating venue. The Upland Civic Center incorporates the City Hall, the Public Library, and the fire station. All state venues. 8 UGW 375, 5R YX 109. And just to give a vivid illustration, so as not to forget what the big picture is, while I am showing you documentation on the city of Upland, which is revealing what is a state system. I'm not just prosecuting the city of Upland, I'm prosecuting the state, the public entity, showing you how a venue, 6VQU069, is nothing but a venue, irrespective of where you're going, regardless of the zip code, regardless of the actor. There's no form. You're talking about a pattern of conduct by a public entity, 7JHD172. And that is the significance also because you're talking about the ordinary target individual, which is one person. It's a human being and is only capable of documenting where they are physically located and subject to the pattern of conduct. And that is also the significance and the relevance of isolating the P.O.C. 5BIT048, 4APG, I believe 525. I can't really see the rest on it. License plate, it says AMENUS, but I don't think so. License 8KHK350. And that is 8KHK350, monitoring to the humming of plane engines while they cross path. That is P.O.C. It is, let me get Upland Unified School District, loitering in the parking lot. While the state is creating that ongoing hum of plane engines over my head using their vehicle as light activity, monitoring. 8EYW820, monitoring while the state was flying over me with a helicopter as well. License plate. PCC8401 on a Jeep driven by a female, and it is a Texas license plate. 6M10495, 8NND997. Dance dynamics, a facilitating venue. No form for the stalkers that are loitering in that parking lot, stalking with light, being demons. 7UHY225, 6WXW211, 8WHM654, 8UYM982, 6VSJ735, 8PXU946, and the fake moon is over this parking lot. 5TIZ221, 5ESA150, 8KJU258, 8VDL028, 5HKD974, 7EHF187, 8GIH499, 7PLS083, 8PSG058, 8UNV763. Under the fake moon, with the state stalking in a helicopter. 25236J1. Listen to that Asian American using his communication device. That's the significance of it. License plate AX63F49 paper. 7GJD955. CAAV08. 8EIX218. 7GJD955, 8GQT026, 1LOVE08, 7YOU693, 8SVF418, UZ 864, MRDRAGN 8TTF 576, N955TO 8BFK 472, 62107F3, set 6XNC 538. I think I read this one, 8PJF 855, in case I didn't. 9739 8W2. And 8GWB 712. It's 6:10 p.m. $66509B3. RV RPLS 7ZJT941 8BNH 611. I think I read that one already. Monitoring at the 2nd Avenue. Second Avenue. JB Allison's and the subway. This is the same parking lot the fake moon is over it, and I'm showing you my shadow surrounding me, stalking with light on this street. This is directed light while they're stalking in the path and at the opposite end of the same street, which is C Street at First United Methodist. All right, using their form, putting their little minions in the cars, no form, just like I'm showing you the fake sun over their head while they're taking pictures, getting in and out. It's called patrolling in relevant position in directed light. And again, this is license plate 6896 3B3 5LVR 798. Mm-hmm. 68963B3. Having a good old time stalking under the fake moon. Engaging in terrorism. License 8EEC 869. 7PTE 966. 3VVM 572. 7ZJL 417. 3UEV 711. 7NLC 241. GEO11 handicap. 4VWR 723. 5RHH 458. Seven RCC 197 6ANM 618 5RRW 556 8K 87087 82691Y1 7NMF 540 5GVL 421 5RGY 720 24A 8AA Arizona 8BKJ 402 8KRM 904 8AZZ 985. Listen to the evidence of every third party. The humming of plane engines over my head while they're group stalking with their headlights in the parking lot across from me. I already read that demon's license plate anyway. So it's license 169XSB, 8SMM907, 7XDW 558, 6263021, 25774K2, 8JMD 057, 14593E3, 7XNC 124, 8MEJ 736, 8SFW 064, 7NZE 318, 21054Y2. 6CAR 645, 8TEK 784. I think I said 8SFW 064 yet. 8CO4 304, 8FLZ 318, 8SOF 010, 8HVP 245, 4RLA 325, 8GHJ 777, 7MET 710, 8TRL 192, 71097V2, 8MDU 076, 8CMC 272, 7PSK 478, BE00V46, paper, 6KZR 816, 80336R1, 6YMR 543, PSP 7396, that's Texas, and 7MFT 710, I think I read that one already, maybe, 8BFV 375, 8TLA 735, 6LRG 292, BS88K90, paper, 5DJC 145, 8UUX 425, 7CSF 769, 8TMN 161, 7FAZ 435, 8K87087. It's 6:15 p.m. Oh, good job. I'm going to say, don't just cruise through. Come on, cross paths so I can get that license plate. License 8VAL840. And he is just cruising through. 8WAL840, excuse me. He is just cruising through. He just drives through the parking lot crossing path after I finish reciting all those license plates. 8FSX502, 8FSX502. This demon is pushing a shopping cart while they're stalking, sitting in their cars with headlights. It's the ongoing elements. It's called noise. All right, license 7VRC217. So I'm going to tell you what's not a church. We're a third-party group stalker. License plate 8WMF798 is parked at, and we're group stalker stalking in the path with light. 6ZAF823 is at right in front of the First United Methodist Church. It's just a building with the word church on it. Doesn't mean anything. The fake moon is over it. The fake sun is over it by day. And the demon-possessed mothers dropping off their preschools at this Minion Training Academy where they're engaging in monitoring. It is currently 6:18 p.m. Five JOS 184. And this demon right here goes and parks by my property. 8VHB 857. Sorry, 8VHB 557. It is 6:19 p.m. GE011 handicap, molesting with directed light. $8P18769, 6YYA033, 6WSK868, 4PJR984, 5JZG177. Eight RQS 549, 7 CVR 244, That's Metrolink identifying itself. Sounds like it's playing a music instrument rather than a train, but that's audible activity. 4XXG238. License 4A53492. Mixed with plane engine, okay? Pay attention. 8YQ2465. 00242F3. And that's amplification. That's amplification. Mixed with plane engines, okay? That's P.O.C, that's Metrolink. It is 6:21 p.m. They are monitoring at 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue. WSU 548. Stalking with peculiarized light across the street from the 7-Eleven, just like City of Ontario was doing across from the bus stop. 7PAT020. That's what they're doing across the street. Stalking with peculiarized light. 7YXU081. I read his license plate. He just went on to the 7-Eleven. License plate BP85T17. This is paper. License plate 09227D1. 8KKJ332. And 17481E3. This is at the 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid. Facilitating conduct is the use of peculiarized light by the utility vehicle across the street. Alrighty. Seven 4-36134. Seven UKM043 4ZQM346. 1065072. 8TKS155. 8KZJ136. 8ULA731, 8XYN878, 70GW085, 7HLR317. All of them are not only molesting with directed light, they're monitoring with the group stalker that's creating peculiarized light. It tells on everyone, just like plane engines do, okay? License 7UJM743, 68313U2, 68217B3, 8XED285, BE65N51, NTV7725 Texas, 8RKG444, 6BJE543, 8VJE645, GNZLSFM 56331K2, 8RHJ523, 8CSJ697, 8PAV588, 7TFM954, 7MVE024, 5POJ695, 7CVR244 is crossing path now. A license. Oh, this demon looks disturbed. BM2098. I can't really see that. That's okay, but that demon looks very disturbed. And he's incriminating that tells on everybody. 7V42763, 7MGK779, 8FSM468, 8GZU675, 8HTL537, 6YXW284, 8KNW309, 8LKL578, 6LAU650, 32903W2, 8NPR548. Right, as you engage in threatening my life, monitoring by revving your engine in directed light with peculiarized light, all of the rest of them that are documenting are equally engaging and waging that threat against my life and sexually violating. I'm being touched without the consent of the government who wants to monitor under a fake moon to boot, okay? It is 6:26 p.m. The fake moon is at, by the way, 9th and Euclid Avenue. 7MO4396, 6DLB610, 8NRS936. That's audible activity. License 6XDC811, 7ENH888, 16701C2, 5GGX756. 7BCK755, 8MPL998, 8UNU935, 8UDIRV, 25845F2, 09227D1, 26281M1, 6UNM297, 7Z53924, 6ZBB573, 7FWR176, BM22013, I believe, paper, 7HCH841, 7M, I can't really see that one. Looks like UWC, that's it, 3 characters on that license plate. BMA7066, paper. This is the demon that was group stalking in the parking lot of Dance Dynamics. Again, 97769E3. 6LWF629. 7T TX333. Heart FRM HUB. 6SSJ647, I believe. I can't really see that. 8LWW093. 6CWF987. 21856H3, 8XPV136, 8KNZ042, 8SYZ246, 8TUE112, 7YAK312, 5YVT992, 33372E3, 7HLC354, 8WYP238, 7EGU674. 6BAX180, 6CWF987, 6ZXP215, 59640Y1. It's 6:29 p.m. I think I read that one. 8EZG128, 8UYX316. 5GRP657, 6FIP697, 8SZR958, 5FBF456, I believe, BAWMOM, 7CAR445, 7YVN185, 8WOL009, 8MNR728, 8HUB343, 8WAWay647, 7PTY196, but I can't really see the one, 6DEM556. It's 6:30 p.m. Zero 719-6L2. LMT030, American Medical Response, crossing path going north on Euclid Avenue as well at 6:31 p.m. I'm at the intersection of A Street and Euclid, where the IHOP is. 6:33 p.m. License plate 8XBP 911. BT37C36 paper 7VVF 900 6WZC 371. 2VCJ 952. And like I captured in video right now, the state engaging in stalking with commercial size airline plane, making a U-turn. It's flying what is to be approaching Euclid. As I'm walking on Euclid Avenue. I'm walking south on Euclid Avenue. I'm currently passing the IHOP that's at the intersection of A Street and Euclid. As I am walking south on Euclid, the state is using a commercial size airline plane to fly what would be west toward Euclid Avenue, approaching Euclid Avenue, and making a U-turn, and is in alignment with me as I'm capturing it on video. This is the same exact relevant positioning while the state is stalking in an airplane. Okay, and that is targeted conduct. You are looking at the state using these planes, and you are maintaining relevant positioning. And it is essentially, you are looking at what is pacing in a plane, walking up, approaching the path, and making a U-turn to cross the path again. That's demonic activity as well. Okay, and the state is clearly stalking, and I'm also capturing the fake moon, which is over my head again as I'm walking from Upland to the Ontario Museum, where the state kept its fake moon overnight, just like I showed you in video. It's 6:34 p.m. Molesting, license 87123C3 at Stowell and Euclid. I'm gonna get some more license plate. After I document one demon, you have the state engaging in more of the same. So that just means they want to be documented more. This is how demons behave. So you're just gonna punish. You're gonna profusely prosecute. They need to be punished. They need to be restrained. License 8VFW451, 8GQG391, 7EHM269, 85761G2, 7PSM010, 7UEY452. 7EGX974, 4JDV150, 8VKS271, 8LXM350, 5ECD682, 7VSG285, I believe, 8XUH256, 7WOC077. All right, that's the conduct of a psychopath. There is no headlights as you're turning from Euclid Avenue. It's a Stowell that's going to cover this building. It's located at 140. It's a closed down building. It's an abandoned one, it looks like, even though there's lights on inside. I understand the stalker, that is the public entity, will maintain presence inside of any abandoned building. That's what they are doing. They go to very extreme lengths to make sure the path is always manned. But anyway, it's over the address of 140 on Euclid Avenue. And so the state is covering the building and molesting me further as I'm continuing to walk south on Euclid Avenue after I document that group stalker going down Stowell and is engaging in molesting with the state. Okay, it is the conduct of one that likes to be documented. That's all. I mean, 7UZD 833. This is how you treat a psychopath. This is how you treat him. License plate 7BWV 401, 8CTV 333, 7LAW 714, 5WDC 150, 8JGU 150, 8ACB 621, 5LVD 065, I believe. 8PLP 598, 8298 3L1, 8WYA 061, 7NMR 203. It's 6:37 p.m. 6:38 p.m. Just providing an ongoing knowledge as to my location. Obviously, I'm walking down Euclid Avenue, and I just want to cite ARCO at 8th Street and Euclid. They are monitoring using peculiarized light at gas stall number 1 while they are at the gas stall, turning on their hazards. They're stalking with light in the path, and it is incriminating to every single last one. They are documenting themselves on camera, and they're also in relevant position as I'm walking on Euclid Avenue. They are all engaging in a molestation. I want to be clear, there's no separation while they're in the path. I am merely citing what is engagement in the criminal elements while they are not not only in relevant position, even if they weren't engaging in the act of terrorism with peculiarized light, they are in relevant position. At the gas station is a mode of stalking in the path. This is how demons conduct themselves. And that's why there is no form where the pattern of conduct is underway. But I want to go ahead and cite ARCO at 8th Street in Euclid, monitoring P.O.C. License 8SBG117. License 4D163F1 and 7XQU283. I think I read that one. 40163F1, yeah. 20027M2 8XEY 875 5XHG049 LILBUJE. It looks like paper. 8SKG615 BLOF923. 8E29423. 8WN. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. License 32306D2 and 5DGB441. It's 6:41 p.m. SOLAS IMBLOVE 7 ATV 016 7XAJ 925, I believe. 8. I'm sorry, I can't really see that one. 6RJP. I can't see the rest of it though. Seven MFD U58 FAMAGNA 76390C3 9437421 7NLY 508 7PAC 138 8NST 397 7EGF 100 8EDF 758, I believe, and that's Metro Link. In directed light, this is P.O.C. 68QJ627 8YJZ589 6VPV896 7HLJ404 8VGB893 Omnitrans 1545837. All of them are directed light, just like I already showed you. License plate 6H. Oh, I read that one. 8SWE306. It's 6:42 p.m. Five NBZ216 8HX. Can't really see the rest of that one. 8 MIP025. 7 WZH. I can't see the rest of that one. 8 JVN 977. 8 CBL 145. 536 SG handicap 8565 1B. And this is, who is this? Rolling. Yeah, he rolling right on toward a prosecution. License. This is California 0361233 US.1880365. In directed light, I'm being molested, and his headlights, he's touching, all manner of touching, using this gigantic truck. He's touching as well. YP96036 is the front license plate. And that's audible activity. That's the malice of a demon. And as he's exposing that company to prosecution, you're listening to the malicious conduct for PR 3762. Okay, P.O.C. 6WBN191, 6ATS787, 8NMV731, 8XNB637, 8DXC134, 7JRW486, 4PAG557, 6ZQW865, 8MSF479, BS43TO2 paper, 8JRU685, 8JFM080, 7MRW351, 90369V2. It's 6:45 p.m. XOZ760, 5HYK112, 7PKD896, 58247W2, 7ZWF998, 8VEC269, 6UKP375. You can prosecute them for the coward that drives by. 8FAS304. Okay, because they're all going to be prosecuted together. You have 6ATT854, license 7LNH016, 8TOP261, 6BXX266, 8PSH817, 7JYZ578, 8CPY143, 372B, I can't really see that one. License 7HOG012. UPS is patrolling on the south end of Euclid Avenue. Just UPS vehicles just repeatedly crossing path, just like FedEx. Understand, it's demonic activity. It's being illustrated through the use of a brand. You're looking at the same demonic entity that's repeatedly crossing path. It's analogous to, for example, say Betty Sue crossing path in license plate ABCDEF, and she's driving by over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. License plate 8SSS454. That's the African American female bathroom monitoring. 8WPZ718. 01193W2, 8SSB514, 8PLM876, 7SGF934, 5NWH290, 6CWF987, 8SIZ925, 8C65002. All right, P.O.C. American Medical Response crossing path again, 70431V2, vehicle number 12276. Police 15327. I'm sorry, I can't even read that. But they're hilarious. The state, 2 police vehicles, and American Medical Response crossing path in Upland. Those are Ontario police vehicles. License plate 8NZM020. License. Let's see. 8NZM020, 5BEC257, 7HEX801, 8FPY898, 7TAM536, 8S46982. All right. License plate RLXESE. All right. This is the same entity, directed light across the house across from Arca while they're driving on the opposite side of the street, directed light. All right, and you have the cowards in the Ontario police vehicles, all of them driving like a tailgate, 7ZMJ406 with American Medical Response, 8XGP413. Let's get to the point, they're in directed light, BS33F03, and it's direct evidence against 7WLN826, 8EAA168, who are stalking with them. They're the vicarious stalker. All righty? License plate 8DMX574. (6LYY479), 7JQA756, 8ALU297, 8HDD211 125TW 125TW handicap 8VES219 8XRB087 5405 9G2 8XXE609 6KFM932 6WSU 345 8WTP 683 7DHK 742 62NH 62NH 845 8PDP048 5WWM 687 7JXX 178 HIS Heart 4U2 8VJE 752 6:50 p.m. 8CCT 668. I can't really see the rest of that one. Simultaneously documenting sexual violence. Remember, directed light remains. 8EWX025. That includes Ontario PD and AMR going out of their way to arrive. 254 ZD handicap 8HUC 2725, excuse me, 86649 5VKD 726 6U91979. Thanks for the directed light. 8SVC 730 6CHC 791 67146E3. As I speak of directed light, the state aims even more of it, and it's helping me identify these demons as they cross path. 7UKR 213. And that's also terrorism. I'm reading their license plate. They're engaging in terrorism. What the state is doing in the environment, these demon-possessed stalkers are doing. You're maintaining presence in that environment. It's concerted activity. All right? License 7ZXS853 11449B1. License 6XTN590. Can't really see that one. And the state's fake moon is remaining over the intersection of 8th Street and Euclid Avenue. License plate 5PJF344 6LUN849 6HYK772 8UJV863 8XJW870 7VVH027 8UJJ175 8WHK090 8HG. I can't really see the rest of that one. License 8SDA736. It is 6:52 p.m. Let's see. I am. Let me get these license plates. 7XJS636, AV16 D26. That's paper. Creating light activity inside of the car. License 6GDZ143. I'm in front of 254 Euclid Avenue. So it is the neighboring house beside that one where they're crossing path, walking outside, creating light activity inside of their car. They got a little ornament of light and just hanging in the car. That's a method of creating light activity. While the state is fanning directed light across the sidewalk as I walk past the house. And it's not just them. They're inside of their homes, which are venues from which there's no shelter from prosecution. The state is fanning directed light across the grass and the sidewalk. 4MYT405. It's 6:54 p.m. Yeah, passing looks like 271 Euclid Avenue. I'll be getting that license plate, group stalking with their headlights. As soon as I fix my sight on it, turning the headlights off, that's light activity creation. Turning lights off when they're on is activity creation. Turning lights on when they're not on, so on or off or off or on. 294 Euclid Avenue, where they're loitering in relevant position. Headlights used as light activity. and pursuant to a demonic behavioral pattern as I fix my vision. Activity created. License plates 7HRF 396. (8EJA 566). 631BF handicap 72816R2. 4YKM 757. I just wanted to wait till it was happening. I was going to say someone's going to cross path on the street where nobody's driving. 4BPU 657. 5GEP 493. 4FHC 248. 8DGV 256, excuse me. What is this address over here? Understand, okay, this looks like 60. The address is 60. Let me get this street. 60. Directed light on this house. Light activity 4XRB558. Turning their, using their lights, motion detector lights, let me be clear, that's a method of of light activity. Okay? This is how you're using your venue where you live for facilitation. While I am still in directed light. So I'm letting you know there's no form. It is facilitation, period. And you will be snatched up out of your venue and prosecuted. License plate, what is the address? Let me get this address over here. Yeah, this is 294, the corner of 294. And I am at the intersection of Euclid and Olive Street. Demonic activity monitoring inside of their venues, which they call home. P.O.C. Directed light on that street. My shadows surrounding me. And you have what is directed light onto the homes. These are venues. And you have directed light while this third party is crossing path. Let me get this license plate. License 62806M2. All right, hold on. 62806M2. And this is Interstate I-10. AAA. That's AAA. Towing 7APH 365, which is no form. Okay? That's P.O.C. That is P.O.C. And AAA driving down the street is not a form for what is the substantial directed light across the property while they are crossing path. That's AAA engaging in terrorism. And I cited the third party's vehicle as well. 8DDK 492. It is, by the way, 6:58 p.m. And I am at Olive Street and Euclid Avenue in Upland, across from 306 Euclid Avenue. Or 306 is at the corner of Olive and Euclid, so it's either 306 Olive or 306 Euclid Avenue. SEB 337, 8MXL 915, 8TIX 009, 5Y. Let me get this one. 8UPD 388. That is 5YUT 198. 8UX 258, substantially some, I can't really see that. 5ZTS 574. BR or 8RWW 205. And it's 7:01 p.m. and they are patrolling in directed light. These are demons, just pacing all around. 8TTJ 749. 5EXX 697. 5BZZ 118. 7GXE 567, 7WCB 712, 78701H3. I can't see this. 8VKS 216, I believe. 5NQR 308, 7KC. I can't see the rest of that one. 8FIP 032. 6MXJ258, I believe. All right. State sounding train activity in directed light while he's operating his communication device. 8FIP032. 7VCG019. 9198A3, I believe, substantially similar. And I want to be clear, I'm at 7th and Euclid Avenue. That's amplification of train activity. BMG 9855, I believe that's Texas plate. That's artificial activity while directed light covers the ground, and they are patrolling in relevant position. And by the way, the state is also filling the sky space with planes. Okay, more than one. And the fake moon is over my head at 7th Street and Euclid Avenue now. License plate 5SDE 830 8SXA 659 8832912, I believe. 8RYU010. That's audible activity. License plate. Let's see. 8GOE224. 8CFF742. 7PGD935. D562YO. 6TWZ 527. 6WEU251. 8UZV694. 5XCX544. 8KIT616. 6HVR279. 7NRR201. 7VGA262. 7DHC016. 7XRY190. 8WED560. 7WVA070. 7WOW322. Zamora's towing. Zamora. ZAMORA. License 8LWJ584. 7VGA262. 7LYG549. It's 7:05 p.m. At 7:03 p.m., the lights of the Inland Valley Emergency Pet Clinic all come on at the moment that I fix my vision to get a license plate that's at that location. And they understand those property lights were not on and before. And also, I cited them. I documented that address and understand that's P.O.C. I just want to be clear. But bottom line, that's light activity. But I just want to be clear, the demonic behavioral pattern, especially as I document, they engage in the P.O.C. in that regard, using the property. 8AWU454. That's at 7:03 p.m. The lights of Inland Valley Emergency Pet Clinic at 7th Street and Euclid Avenue come on at the moment that I look in that direction also. Okay, that's no coincidence. Just want to point that out. MLBOT. Regardless, under any circumstances, it's a facilitating venue, and that's a creation of light activity. 7LTJ033, 7EPT173, 8TWF788, 8KZG908, 7EMW346, 2534, 7T2, peculiarized light, 8USN224, 5R70712, 7ROZ708, 6U Z. I can't really see that one. I want to say 6UCZ760, but I can't really see it that clearly. You can scratch that one. License 8RYX807, 8JJW967, 8LCS589, 8JTT898, 6UEZ466, 6PIR899, 7XXC581. Demons flying in the airspace over the 10 freeway right here, crossing path. Demons driving all around in directed light. Okay. 7LRA360. 8HOY725. 5JRT767. 8RGR839. 5CCY300, I believe. 8WWR780. 5TTY429. 8THK 874. 8NKG 939. 8 EVK 324. It's a motorcycle, can't see that plate. 4 YLG 676. 7 PFS. I want to say 137. Yep, that's correct. 7 PFS 137. BE 32 T64. 7 NPA 7 NPA 978. 8 BLB, can't see the rest of it. 6 NTE 740. DLB CRB. 7K HC 447. 7 PCV 951. 8 VEG 216. 8 ROD 154. 8 UUA, I want to say 327. I can't really see it though. 7 GYP 516. 4 ZPN 158. 7 WVU 571. 84491C3. 7, I can't see that one. 6 VSE 310. 7 RZV 500. 7 THK, I want to say 526, I believe. Can't really see that one that clearly. It's 7:09 p.m. 7 ERA 229. JVZ 2713, Texas. Oh, I read that one. 8 USL 116. 40189Y1. 8 RQF 354. 7 WVW 500. 93. No, I can't really see that one. 7 UBN 325. 8 WWP 629, I believe. 7 WGN 747. 8 RNW 567. 7 TDH 387. 7 GX. Can't really see the rest of that one. 7 GX. I can't see the rest of that plate. CNX 8806. That's an Arizona plate on a Nissan Maxima, I believe. 7 LWN 566. 9327 2D3. License 5 WJA 437. 6 CWY 297. 8D TW 172. 8 VGW 474. 8 MEJ 736. 8 WUM 291. 6 TJW 080. 7 YHG 882. 8 GBC 556. 8 NSR 650. 6 FPP 046. Who is this? Alberto's Trucking. 8 LRK 250. Alberto's Trucking is 239844D. That's the back license plate. The front of the truck says Alberto's Trucking. 6 ADV 712. 61415U1. SALNLAR. 6V. I can't really see that one. It is currently 6712 588 26F3. 8 SKY 347. 6 YYT 653. 8 8RKV 940. License 84932G2. 6GAN 625. 6WDK 114. 8RKV 684. 8KLT 879. 7V BJ 589. 6TOL 874. 4SJG 862, I believe. 7DHF 163. 8MHB 056. 8KAS 742. 8DLZ 612. 0645 3U2. 8KS 742, yeah, it's 5GXT 650. 80506R2. 6KWZ 024. 4NLV 635. 7JHF 920. 8BWT 501. 8PSV 414. 7POW 132. 6SMD 663. 8Z, I can't really see that one. Let's scratch that. 5XHH 775, I believe. 6VNC 256. 7BXB 967. BYBV 346. 8UUD 984. 39452L1. 6MSW 132. 8JAK 464. 6VGF 442. 8USH 547. Can't really see that one. It's 7:14 p.m. 7 PPA 689. 8 GSX 434, I believe. Can't really see that one though. 8 FBN 191. 8 XCM 533, I believe. 7 KXV 794. 8 TRL 300. And that's called audible activity in directed light. That's how demons get down in California. They bump Tupac in directed light. License 4ZBZ524. 8XXN 482. 7F 1117. Can I see that one? 7SRD 738. 7RGU 441. And I'm just using Tupac as an example, whatever it is that they think is cool. They're bumping music. It's called audible activity in directed light. There's nothing cool about the demons that fill California. I'm going to prosecute them and show them to be the psychopaths that they are, as a matter of justice. 2 VANESA 7LB894, I believe. 7YEG 509. 8LYC 251. 8SAU 499. 6AWH 549. 7BYF 822. 8ACJ 213. It is 7:16 p.m. 4TTF 342. 7HVZ 393. 7MHK 749. 8CEG 287. 6WP, I can't see that one. 8GCC 407. 7LV, can't see the rest of that one. 8KEP 174. 8UNM 328, I believe. It's 7:17 p.m. 815K. Oh, I can't really see that one. That's a very small print on a paper plate on a Corvette, a white Corvette. 54610P2. 7KYR 120. 5ZKD951. 6XTR363. 8SRB845. 4NIH. Can't see the rest of that one. 8WWG026. 8CVA330, I believe. 8NCA385. 48269C3. 8JJZ023. These demons are funny. They make U-turns and the state is moving directed light across the street. That's what they're doing. And they're demons that are actually pacing around. That's literally the breakdown. This is a psychopath that you're just going to handle it in court, boy. Crazy people. DELETTA. License plate. 3. I can't really see that one. A license plate. 7BIY481. 8JPF134. 7CYD096. 5HLL343. 019912Z, but I'm guessing I can't really see that one. 53538U2. He's clearly driving in directed light. 7RJP391. 5JAF301. 6WGE232. AMR using lights while they're crossing path, and I'm in directed light. P.O.C. 8KUP408. 7MUU304. 7PSA053. 7ZRW316. Monitoring with American Medical Response. All of them are, but 7GNE238. I say this to remind you this is group conduct. The entity is monitoring through their pacings. 40286S2. 4LTA 245, excuse me. 4LTA 245. 6LHG 569. 57569 6E or 3. I can't really see it though. 8VPY 239. 8UHR 381. 7KYN 297. 6MQL 588. 1418531 school bus. 6MUG 761. Penske's crossing path. Zamora's trucking or towing's crossing path. NOAHR 8SEC 639. All of them are monitoring to this. 8UCP 702. License 6WRA D45. License 5KJB 084. License, let's see. That's called amplification as well. They're amplifying sirens in directed light. License. This is, let me get this demon's license plate. License plate 8UCP 702. License 6TO9125. 7ABC 798. 7TXN 846. 8M30637. 8HMN 624. 8TKS 587. 8XRK 258. 8BOR 142. 8KGG 260. 5PBW 061. 8JOV 965. All of them monitoring to that. Okay? All of them. All of them. It is 7:22 p.m. You're literally listening to them engage in the elements. 8Y33962. 7ZLR368. 7M69458. 8SBL199. 7S26927. 55627X2. 1453. 1L2. 7PRN. I can't really see the rest of that one. 7:22 p.m. $7M69458, because I didn't read that one. Frontier. And I don't see no license plate on Frontier. I don't see no license plate on that car. Like, it's hilarious when they do that. It's so funny. It is currently 7:22 p.m. WDC 918 18591E3 8KV, hold on, 8XVT 963 8JIF 091 8KFR 128 633 7172 7LUC 809 8XAJ 013 8NFB 275 5JVG 134 6NRJ 152 7JQH 947 8DVN 930. Let me be clear. They are in directed light. These demons that are driving north on Euclid Avenue, their shadow is stretching across 7th Street, and it is appearing on the southbound side of Euclid Avenue. They are monitoring. So while you're hearing sirens, you remember the directed light that I'm in. This is P.O.C., all right? License 7VMB 379, 7Y23167, 7NHT 420, 6YC 686, I believe, 8XQZ 784, 6CTL 003, 8BHM 777, 8SFS, I can't see the rest of that one. Can't see that one either. 6ZMV 083, I believe. 6SSW 246, 8LQJ 246, 7Z, I can't say that one. 8HCY 831, 8THC 830, 8AXT 945, 7VCR 892, BT24B51 paper, 7, I can't really see that one, 8PQY 808. It is 7:24 p.m. I read that one already. 6SGV 032, 7KEE 316, 8JMW 023. It's 7:25 p.m. UTT 3768. That's a Virginia plate. License plate 8WTT 116, I believe. I can't really see that. It is currently 7:26 p.m. License plate 8ATN 029 7SU. I can't really see that one. License 8W RS 095 6 N. I can't really see the rest of that one. 6 ESS 209. Can't see that plate either. That's audible activity. 8DML 695, I believe. 8 RPM 615. 8XFS 592. 8 VGM 007. 8 LOW 173. Can't see that one. It is 7:28 p.m. License plate 7 HDC 977. PSH 817, 7XPX 861. RSI Ambulance Rescue Services International monitoring Crossing path. They're crossing path in that vehicle. 5NQH 839. 7KYB 620. BE61K14 paper. 8 RHC 301, I believe. I think I read that one. And UPS is crossing path again, getting on the freeway. License 40652 X2. 7GJC 209. 7PWF 407. 5WDR 761, I believe. 7837222. 6GYH 812. 7EML 912. BT09 B25 paper. 7MAH 255. 7RVW 725. 8 BVK 469. 8 FDW 848. That is 34354A3. 7GCJ 905. 8 WWE 344. 7JIV 989, and that's called amplification. That's a coward, and that's indirect light. And I'm going to drag all of the demons together for that. Okay? Monitoring with the government is life-threatening conduct, and demons like to press the gas pedal, which is called amplified audible activity. And you're going to prosecute for that, right? That's a very lethal weapon. Amplification, where you're monitoring massively. The whole 10 freeway is monitoring right now. The government is monitoring me, and they want to rev their engines. 60968H3 is going to be prosecuted for that. License plate 6KAV542. While they're engaging in federal stalking, utilizing the roads and the highways, monitoring with communication devices. 8CRW279. License 8SZA946. 8EYX633, 8RDE907, 8KID344, 7RUC329, 8GTC990, 7AXCO38. I'm going to snatch every single last one of them. 5ZPT723. License 8FWD092. And so this is the kicker with demonic activity. They think they can engage in sexually violating you, threatening your life while they're monitoring you with the government, and think they can do it by merely accelerating in their car, and that no one's going to know what they're doing. 54968J2. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Psych! License 5KEJ502. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me get out the street real quick. Hold on. License plate 40754A3. It is currently, by the way, 7:32 p.m. License 6ROY426, 8UDL501, 4ZGP815, 8LKR302, 1997182, 7RFM. I can't really see the rest of that one. 6HYY320, 8WAT712. It's 7:33 p.m. Seven WIR 265, 8GDW 078, 7 WYJ 351, 4 WHL 174, I believe. 5 ZOA 901. 7 MWT 603, 87235E1, 7 CHM 845, 8 BEY 328, 8 WFC 668, 8 MJX 001, 7 KCB 297, 7 VQN 328. She's driving a CarMax vehicle covering up her license plate. License 1418530, school bus. All right, monitoring using a school bus. License 8WXX117, 8RYV079, and again, it's 7:54 p.m. and that school bus is driving south on Euclid Avenue. 7BMV 851, I can't really see the rest of that one. 6LPS 522, 42807G2. 7UBB 902. 5YJP132. 8RYV079, 8BVK259, BRKV940, 7VTX692, I believe, 8WVJ650, 6TTE458, 8EAM, I can't really see the rest of that one, 8USA 886, 5N42399, 7FZZ 890, 8POA 383, 7RLC 777, excuse me, 8TL, I can't really see that one, 7DYN 619, I believe, JEEBO AK18136, that's U-Haul. 022, I can't see that one. 8DTA 882. 12832M1. 8XDS 899. 8XIE 783. BS42C28 paper 16288H2 7ZAG032 can't really see that one. 8VPW265 8KEC 737 6JHG460 I didn't read that one. 8G10320 8WED075 8JIF032 56626Y1 56900N2 8WZC276 8WIF250 7GTL686 9413X or 2X2, excuse me. 8RWN1, I can't see the rest of it. 8MFK472 1RSPM20 7780283. That's a helicopter. Alrighty, documenting the demons that are crossing path, engaging in terrorism with the state that flies over my head in a helicopter. Everyone that I've already documented is going to be prosecuted for that, and I'm going to continue documenting. 7TRK136, 8LJW684, 7UTW753, 7TRK136, 6HOY938, 3KXE392. Let's see. License 7ZRJ079, 8DYY578, 8CBB250. Seven YHG882, 7JVT239, 8FQP807 or 8EQP807, 8VVS27, 8VVS720, excuse me. Alrighty, and just like I documented yesterday, that was stalking with peculiarized light, and the state goes out of its way to fly over my head again in a helicopter. All right, that is direct evidence against that group stalker who I published on the internet. It's the same entity, and the state engaging in again is also the absence of coincidence. 8C, I already read that one. 8XCN597, 6YHA, I can't really see that one. 8HJN333, 8STF953, 8SJX151, 4TLS551, 7ROT699, 6SOB531, 61891B3, I believe. I can't really see that clearly though. 7X, let's see, 7XZR495, 8TKC 990. 6LCG 944. 390LZ handicap. Oh, nobody's coming. APQZ 105. 8XAG 350. 7AUC 441. 6MTH 414. 8SNY 425. This is 2735689. This is a large truck with that plate. That's a Indiana plate. Recall 18 U.S.C. 2261, subsections 1 and 2. This is Vidco Foods. California 221371, US.2414425. That's Vidco Foods. License 7CTK114, I think I read that one. 39995Y2, 6MFP367, 8REX126, 8HVT045, 7LRU674. 8MDY039, 7X, I can't really see that one. Let's see. What is this? Amtrak. Bus number 46351, Pasadena, San Bernardino, Riverside is what it says. Union Pacific rides the Amtrak train tracks and is used to pace up and down while the state amplifies audible activity of the sound of a train and keeps directed light on the venue. Amtrak, like I said, is not ignorant, is engaging in P.O.C. now, and is, by virtue of the state using Amtrak train tracks, is engaged in P.O.C. as well. But you also have what is Amtrak crossing path in directed light and under the fake sun as well. Amtrak is in every way engaged in P.O.C., also engaging in monitoring at the Union Station and in Los Angeles under the fake sun while the state was flying over my head with helicopter. Amtrak monitoring in every way, okay? In no way removed from the pattern of conduct. The license plate of Amtrak at the 10 freeway exit. License P802812. Looks like an African-American male driving that bus. 8MDS104. 6VSE078. 7PFJ521. 6YVV605. 6EHE960. 8GXV717. It is currently 7:44 a.m. I'm sorry, 7:44 p.m. Alrighty. Let's see. He scooted on real quick. Don't we get that license plate? 5NJX087. 7KCA660. 6ZCB92, I can't really see that one. 8HNJ344. I'm at 6th Street and Euclid Avenue at 7:47 p.m. I was gonna look at a license plate of a little scooter. That light turned green so quick. The light turned green so quick. He took off. Those are demons. Those are demons. I got 4 shadows in front of me. And what they really don't want is for me to sit here and read hundreds of license plates. Understand those are cowards, okay? License plate. 6MFS163. 6PTL560. 8R1491. 8R1491. I think I missed the last character on that one. That's what they really don't want me to do while they're revving their engines, and they're not gangster, believe me. 18055E3. Not gangster at all. 4URA372. W037CO. And by the way, there's nothing gangster about revving your engine, and also nothing gangster about being a stalker. 8LUG698. Nothing at all. It's pathetic, and it's going to be embarrassing, especially the way I prosecute. License 4UR8372. License 8SAH415. 6UYW094. 8VJB 859. $8CXT759. XAVICP2. POIAPL. 8JZS. I can't see the rest of one. 8XED693, excuse me. 7YFA760. 7WNJ845. 26633Z1 or 2663371. 8CXT759. It is 7:49 p.m. SKML. I'm sorry, I can't even see that one. 8TRL261. 7KFJ502 366 BPA, I believe. That's Texas. Can't really see it that clearly though. It's 7:53 p.m. 5WEG 781. 8PP W427, I believe. It's a Tesla. Group stalkers stalking on the side of the street. I'm at Euclid and Bonnie Bray. 7YKS360. These third-party venues where they live at Bonnie Bray. This is where a group stalker stop on the side of the street, where I begin reading license plates. Okay, license 7W. I can't really see that one. It's 7:54 p.m. Again, this is Bonnie Bray, and Bonnie Bray is spelled BONNIE, Bray BRAE, and Euclid Avenue. I'm at what is the address is 1341 Euclid Avenue. Yeah, P.O.C. They're monitoring in there. State is amplifying audible activity and fanning directed light, and these homes have directed light while I'm walking through it. All right, walking past them. And amplification serves for massive monitoring. So the state just amplifies audible activity while I'm walking past these demons while they're inside of their third-party facilitating venues where they live, and I'm being systematically monitored. It's P.O.C. at 7:55 p.m. I just want you to hear the ongoing chorus of the plane engines over my head while I am in front of what is, let me give you the venue. I am approaching what is 5th and Euclid Avenue, but I'm not at 5th yet. Let me give you the venue where I'm at. Okay, where the elements are present, the P.O.C. is present, and you're monitoring. Okay, that's why the state is sounding plane engines over my head. That's why I'm being molested with directed light. Okay, because P.O.C. is underway. The pattern of conduct is underway. In El Señor, right? Okay. 7VXJ239. There we go. P.O.C. 7:57 p.m. Nearest intersection, though, is 5th. And I believe this is, the non-church. El Familia, El Cristo, where they're monitoring. It is 7:57 p.m. And that's the state sounding plane engines over what is the Christian church. Okay, it's called a venue. It's called a venue. And there is no exception. The state is maintaining the environment because in the church, they're monitoring. They are monitoring. License Let me see. See. 8 UDB 760, 7 DOC 422, 6 DLU 609, 8 EXW 887. Peculiarized light across the street where the state was sounding plane engines over my head. 8 HAX 117. The shadow of the car is to the passenger side, behind the car, and to the right. My shadow is upright at a distance from me. 4 UJT 722 on a tree. All right, and stalking with peculiarized light. 8 SKA 690. Stalking with peculiarized light where the state is sounding plane engines. They're just sitting on a truck with an arrow on the street, just sitting on the side of the road. Road work ahead, all right? This is P.O.C. This is how the municipality, this is how the utility workers engage in federal stalking. Let's see, I don't see no license plate on this truck. You guys don't have no license plate? Sitting around in it? Oh, maybe it's on the front of the truck. This is Lane, C for California. Here we go. 05604V2. This is Lane Security Paving Company, number 109956, California 4851. Creating light activity while the state, what you heard, that's why I want you to hear it. They're directly across the street from me where the state is sounding plane engines. I'm going to see you in court. Don't trip. Bye. Bye, Satan. It is 7:59 p.m. What is that? Who is CSP?
California Highway Patrol.
For what?
For whatever you're doing.
What is California Highway Patrol going to do? What is California Highway Patrol going to do? What is California Highway? Yeah, I'm going to see you in court, yeah. What is California Highway Patrol going to do, though? Oh, no, I'm good. That's audible activity with their peculiarized light while they are in the path. This is monitoring, okay? P.O.C. And the state, and that's the same as the plane engines over my head while they've got peculiarized light, monitoring. While the demons are crossing path, okay? Monitoring. 3384U2, I believe. That's P.O.C. It is 8 p.m. Oh, I was listening to hear what he was saying, whether that was a veiled threat. That's why I wanted to document it. I'm saying, I'm sorry, what? I just want to document what he was saying. He's referencing CHP. And understand, this is the demon that's monitoring, and they're acting ignorant, feigning ignorance. Oh, what's wrong? Do you want me to contact CHP? You're talking about you're going to take me to court. It's all audible activity while he's in peculiarized light, creating that peculiarized light. Amplified audible activity in relevant position while the state is stalking by plane and helicopter, okay? I just want to break that down. But I did want to document in the event that he was making a veiled threat. And arguably so, because CHP represents law enforcement who are monitoring. I just want to state that. But nonetheless, that's fine. 8YPP444, 8SKZ632, 5DZG825, 8VPK945, 6RGP911, 8LJW684, 8FTN403, 7LXX750, OBA2XA, that's Arizona. That's JB Hunt. Intermodal 7DVY126. And AMR is at the intersection monitoring with the peculiarized light and indirect light. This is the same intersection where I showed you my shadow around me. This is where AMR is stalking in the path, and my shadow is around me on the same right side. Just like I showed you, I was crossing the street. That's what AMR is doing right now. These are the demon-possessed. American Medical Response, license 08812H2. And this is license plate. Vehicle number 87967. Those demons just pace around while I'm walking around outside using their sirens or crossing paths just like they are in the directed light. They're still monitoring. My shadow is surrounding me, obviously, and also using what is their lights with no sirens. It's ongoing pacing. They're doing the same demonic activity in a state vehicle. License 8CE, I can't really see the rest of that one. 8NDB541, 7WMG416, 8NBX861, 7AMN780. 8WL D594, 8RRT 081, 44, I can't really see that one, 8TTT 893. 6NQH 377. All right, so I just want to make sure with regard to the elements, how they're underway, I'm letting you listen. I want you to hear while I'm walking down the street, and you're hearing that ongoing connection of facts, which is the sound of the plane engines over my head. Directly across the street is peculiarized light, flashing light. He's using signage to create light activity, and he's in alignment to me. I am also surrounded by my shadow. I am being molested with direct light, while the same demons are in relevant position. That is the people of the state. All right? That is P.O.C. That's a pattern of conduct. Those are the elements, the criminal elements of monitoring. This is federal stalking, and they are engaging in entirely demonic activity while federal stalking is underway. This is documentation of what is terrorism while the demon-possessed engage in what is federal stalking, which is in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. License 6NQH 377 is crossing path. 4UQP, I can't see that one. 5YQX 378. And what I was speaking to was the fact that it doesn't matter what you call your venue, because that's what it is. You can call your venue a church. You can call your venue a shelter. You can call your venue a food pantry. You call your venue anything that is compassionate, whereby Satan is hiding his face and engaging in malicious conduct that is entirely depraved and predatory. 6SOC 085, and that's the substance of what I've documented. That is the substance of what I've documented. (8:04 p.m.) It's P.O.C. (6LNR 970) 8WYW 910 8SYP 731 7RTN 273. That's one playing that super old song in direct light. Their car is whack, their music is whack, and they're monitoring. License plate 4LTA 131. It's 8:11 p.m. and this is at 4th Street and Euclid Avenue. Let me see, hold on. 6XEM 168. License plate 34403E3, I believe. It is 8:12 p.m. And this is molestation. I'm on the sidewalk, and so I'm going to get these third parties over here where I'm at, in front of the venue where I'm at. But the state is going out of its way to molest. This is the stalker that is a sex offender while I'm on the sidewalk. Their headlights, as I've shown you in video, the state is clearly fanning light, and the state is fanning substantial light in order to molest me with a concentrated light while they're driving what is straight on the road, which is separated from the sidewalk. License 6EVC 089, 6EVC 089. This is at the same intersection of 4th Street. And the venues that are monitoring 1055 Euclid Avenue or 1055 4th Street. It's right there at the corner. License 4CUB 430. License CUTJR 82. (7SVY 564) 8PDW 219 7RZR 534. That's 7RZR, by the way. It's 8:13 p.m. All right, coming to touch with light. I'll get this one in a second. Coming to touch with light, stopping right in front of me, 8MOT119. This is a four-eyed sex offender. This is, she's parking. I'll get the address where she stops as well. She molests with light and then proceeds forward. NERVGUP. 7WBZ240, I believe. Can't really see it. (7MFU). I can't really see that one. Let me get these license plates too. 4TA1856 is a trailer on the back of paper license AD63W53. Yeah, that's a paper license. Let's see, license 6GXF482. And that four-eyed sex offender who stops on the side of the road in order to molest with light, understand she's maintaining presence in the path, and that's their pattern of conduct of touching with light while they're monitoring and crossing path. This is what the state is doing with directed light, and so she does it with her vehicle because I'm standing on the side of the road where there's not a lot of light, and so she goes out of her way to touch with light. That's the entire entity that's molesting, okay? That's that license plate. And I want to be clear, monitoring at Brookdale Senior Living Solutions at 1031. You've got a group stalker that exits out of this venue driveway. You have the group stalker, the four-eyed group stalker who stops in front of this property as well. And I want to be clear, there's no age or limitation to the pattern of conduct. And I'm being molested in directed light on that property. And I've also shown you at the Woodside Senior Apartments at Ontario Senior Housing Partner. Those old people are monitoring, and Satan is equally at work, okay? There is no form. So it is currently 8:15 p.m. I did capture images of what is the group stalker who returns. She makes a circle around the block after molesting, and she parks where I was standing. Understand that's her form for what is molesting with light. Oh, I'm going to park there. That's why I'm molesting with light, because I intend on parking there. They are all monitoring together, and there is no form. There is no form whatsoever. I'm showing you what is the mentality, what is the technique, if you will, as they engage in the elements of monitoring. Okay, it is Euclid Avenue at Brookdale. I read the address of the Brookdale address of the Brookdale community. This group stalker enters inside of what is, let's see, 1047 Euclid Avenue, 1043 Euclid Avenue, right inside of 1047. Yeah. Okay, so I just went on ahead and took a picture of it. This is where she's entering, and like I said, I don't make any assumptions. First of all, you're talking about a state system and awareness of the fact that they are being documented. Regardless, you are going to identify the address. You're going to identify the license plate or whatever means you have at your disposal to document and identify. She does enter inside of the door, and the address on this building is 1047. This is on Euclid Avenue. They look like they're little duplex housing. It's right across from 1043. She enters the little door space of 1047. And it is currently 8:17 p.m. That is the four-eyed sex offender that molests with light, P.O.C. Um, 92793G2, 5YLB 429, 6BMT 800. Right, and this is the technique. They're backing out of their driveway. This is a means of stalking with light. Okay, this is the technique of the P.O.C. 7KCW 786. 4PZV 843. 8XHX 854. And let me see if I can identify this venue. I'm looking at 1026 and 1027 Euclid Avenue. This is next door to this one, the license plate of this one that I'm reading. It's the same thing as in any other place where I'm at, where they maintain activity around you. They're parking, they're getting in their cars, they're getting out of their cars, they're sounding their alarms. They use it while they're not even getting in it. They're using it as I'm walking past it. That's what they're doing. And their homes are venues. Let me get this one again. 8XHX 854. This is the venue where they are stalking in the path, and where these third parties live is called a facilitating venue. It's P.O.C. while I'm walking down the street and they're monitoring. I'm looking for An address. Goodness, they don't put no addresses on these houses. Or they do. It's hard for me to see at night. Anyway, 1027. Let me see. This is first of all, I'm on Euclid Avenue, and of course, I'm walking south. But I just want to be specific to where am I at, or right next to where I'm at. I'm still right here by Brookdale, a couple houses down, and I'm looking at the address next door to this property where this group stalker uses the driveway as a means of stalking with light in the path. 1025 and 1027 Euclid Avenue, and the state is also flying over and sounding plane engines while I'm over here looking for the address. 7 RFL 315. 7 UQI 765. I am looking at what is 1003 Euclid Avenue. I'm at the end. Well, it could be Euclid or what is this? I'm gonna see what side street this is. 29555 Y1. I'm at the intersection of Euclid and J Street. That's amplification. 1003. And this is where I was last night, where I was showing you on video my shadow, and it's dark over here, and I'm still molested in directed light. And that's what I was showing you at this intersection of J Street and Euclid last night. 8 EAE 958. It's 8:22 p.m. Seven VBJ 932. At the intersection of I Street and Euclid. 6HVR 947. Um, 6YMS 458. SQL 384, I believe. 7Y, I can't really see that one. 6GQY 534. Six YMS 458, the shadow of their car reaching into the crosswalk where I am, and also on the driver's side. Two shadows of that vehicle. My shadow is upright on this vehicle that's stopping in the path. That's noise beside me in directed light. And these are underage minions. I've shown you their shadows around them while they cross path. This is demonic activity. License. And this is at I Street in Euclid. So let me show you how you're going to prosecute that. They're monitoring with minors. 96863S2 is monitoring with those minions that just crossed the street. And so is 8NAX092, monitoring with those who are engaging in terrorism with those who are underage. It doesn't have to be your kids. They're engaging in criminal activity together. 45410K1. They're molesting, and this is the reality, they're engaging in sexual violence and terrorism, federal stalking with underage minions, the demon-possessed. And this is how you're going to prosecute what is demonic activity. And you're going to apply a legal framework with it. What do you call somebody that's engaging in sexual violence with kids? A predator. Yeah, that's a predator. Okay, 8XTU638, 7TSZ761, monitoring with minors, engaging in sexual violence with the government, terrorism with minors. 7TSZ761. These are all the ways in which you can prosecute the public entity, which I shall. Bringing what the state is doing, which is of the demonic, into the forum of the federal court and prosecute it in the natural. License plate 8ESG711, I believe. TXW046, but I'm sorry, I can't really see that one though. 7ZDC324, 7KXL044, I believe. 8L44832 and 6A. Can't really see that one. Stalking with light on I Street. Sitting behind what's a big old U-Haul truck, maintaining light. Monitoring with minions as well. The same little ones that are on their skateboards. They're maintaining presence sitting in their car. Guess what? In front of their facilitating venue, wherever they live or wherever their friends live, it's called a facilitating venue. And there's no shelter there. You read their address, you could prosecute them. It's called a facilitating venue. Where you're being molested with directed light, where the state is stalking and flying over their venue in plane and helicopter. Okay? You're being monitored there. You can drag them out of that venue and prosecute them. There is absolutely no shelter. So let me get this one that's stalking with light. 7BIV185. 8MSP514. And this one that's stalking with light, 8RDW452. Let's see. Yep, that's the state sound of sirens. 8MCJ291, 7RAA206. Omnitransit crossing path at First United Methodist, the one at Ontario at the intersection of I Street and Euclid at 8:29 p.m. They're engaging in federal stalking. All right, systematic meeting around 7 NGA 405s. Meet me at the corner with a third-party group stalker walking, crossing path. Lights on the emergency vehicle. They're monitoring to that. Hazard lights across the street. This is terrorism. License 4 NGA 405. Read that one. And that's Ontario Fire crossing path. That's substantial directed light on the surfaces. The state uses that as form for putting light all over the place. It's their fire truck, their crossing path, their indirected light, and the state creates red and blue colored directed light over the buildings. All right. It is, let me get these license plates. 8A23647, I believe. ZEA 65C. 6HJP534, 7LSC489. And this one is pacing, going reverse and forward. And hazard lights are being maintained. That's called peculiarized light. And the Ontario Fire Department is pacing. This is a demon in a fire truck. They drive north on Euclid Avenue. They make a U-turn. And now they're driving south on Euclid Avenue, monitoring with 8A23647. All right, monitoring with 7VHN833. It's P.O.C. This is at I Street. All this excitement going on at I Street. Stalking with a peculiarized light. It's 8:31 p.m. Fire department is monitoring with 7NGA 405 while the light is maintained red. Understand what they're doing. 7VHN 833, the same. While they're sitting at the red light, Ontario Fire is in alignment, pacing with the fire truck with the lights on, and they are sitting at the red light and they're monitoring. They're in relevant position to me. They're monitoring with the fire department. That is at the opposite end of the street with the fire truck lights on. License plate 8UBA 438, 8VZU 513, 7BIA 591, IVANTHO. 8:32 p.m. It's federal stalking. And let me get this address over here because they're monitoring, sitting up in their facilitating venue while this light activity is ongoing across the street. Fire department crossing path. This is 303 Euclid Avenue. I'm sorry, 903. 903 Euclid Avenue and 905 Euclid Avenue. They're monitoring. All right, just identifying a venue right here where I'm at. Ongoing demonic activity. They're stalking around this perimeter with lights, sitting around in their cars with their headlights on, with their hazard lights on. The Ontario Fire Department engaging in crossing paths with the lights on the vehicle, and I'm being molested with directed light. All right, so that's three. Those addresses at intersection of I and Euclid at 8:33 p.m. All right, so let me break something down for you. The psychopath that is listening to me, listening to every word that I utter. First of all, that was artificial activity of the sound of sirens, okay? It was faint noise creation because I was walking down a street. I went a new direction to get that group stalker that was sitting in their car, stalking in the dark, in alignment to me on I Street. As I do that, and I say out loud that, yes, those are sirens that the state is sounding. Understand that's artificial noise. The state just is creating noise in the atmosphere. And as I cite that, you have what is Ontario Fire piggybacking on that and crossing paths with the lights on. I want to make sure I point that out to you. First of all, there is no form. And you're talking about what is actually criminal summoning. But you have what is criminal summoning, by the way. It doesn't have to be the entity summoning the entity directly on me, even though it is summoning on me. Because you can call, we have an emergency. Someone needs to be arrested, say someone else at a venue or across the street from a venue, in relevant position, in other words. They are present with their lights. It's the same thing with a traffic stop. It's the same thing where the police are surrounding and it looks like they're focused on something else. They're engaging in the criminal elements monitoring. They're monitoring together. That's called criminal summoning. You could prosecute for that. That's the pattern of conduct. That's exactly what the law enforcement were engaged in a prolonged pattern of, and that's exactly what I started documenting. That's called criminal summoning. It is the form. It's facilitation. So anyway, you have what is the identification of the sound of sirens, which is, again, the state just creates it. It was faint noise. It didn't really sound like a real siren. And then you have the fire department that crosses path. I just want to be clear. They're listening to every word that I utter. And this fire department very well could sound their sirens. It's P.O.C. regardless. But I just want to be clear. The psychopath is listening to every word. So, pay attention to that. That's what I'm saying. It is not the issue. This is not what is going on, that sirens are sounding and the fire department is en route. The fire department is always stalking. They're stalkers. I'm exposing that. The use of sirens is a mode of activity creation. It was stalking with activity as I began walking in a different direction. Okay, they're stalking with noise. And then you have what is crossing path and utilizing, why not the fire department, as I'm stating out loud and documenting, and the state is using sirens as the form for audible activity. I just want to be clear. Even with regard to the way in which they are engaging in the P.O.C. right now, it was following what I am pointing out. All right, I just want to point that out. Anyway, it is 8:35 p.m. I am at H, I believe. Yeah, H Street, H is in Henry, and Euclid Avenue. It is just as it was at this previous corner. They systematically engaged in meeting at the corner. A pedestrian meets me at the corner at the moment that I arrive at the corner. These demons are precise with their positioning. And then you have what are the group stalkers whose license plates I recited, and then the fire department crosses path with their lights on the vehicle. And then you have what is the fire department that makes a U-turn and remains in alignment with me on the same side of the street on Euclid. That is on the southbound side of Euclid. While the red light remains and the group stalkers at the red light are remaining in relevant position, they're monitoring. That is how the system is at work, okay? So I just want to point that out. And as I arrive at the corner, you have meeting me at the corner. And then they enter American in the driveway. License, monitoring, license, 6YDV361. 5LTE319. License, 7GWK431. License, 69541W1, excuse me. That's an ambulance. You can get the word out. And it doesn't look like American Medical Response, looks like red and white. It's the state nonetheless. In the same way that I captured what was law enforcement yesterday, I don't think it was yesterday, but you have what appeared to be Ontario police. They're certainly in the Ontario district, but it had a federal plate on it, and it did not appear to me. I didn't see anything that said Ontario Police Department on it, in other words. But I just want to be clear, it is the state nonetheless. The pattern of conduct is that the entity engages in stalking using ambulance vehicles, using fire department vehicles, using law enforcement vehicles. And so that is any mode. And as I've documented, you engage in using what is pet services, all right? Engage in using service technicians with the same law enforcement agency. It is not the same. It is not different. It is exactly the same. This is the psychopath that is monitoring the documentation, and it does not change what is the necessary policy. Okay? 7WEG170. They're all in the parking lot of American and monitoring to the sound of the sirens that the state creates. It tells on everybody, and I'm in directed light. All right, so sitting in the middle of the parking lot while the state is sounding plane engines. Okay? Sitting in the parking lot, aiming their headlights on the wall. That's demonic. It's the touching of surfaces. 8H33018, paper plate BE96J06, paper plate. 8UVK891, and this one 7GWK431, stalking with peculiarized light in the middle of the parking lot of American Inn. 5KPU749, 8DWY108, SUMMER2. That's American Inn. They're monitoring. That's why the state is covering me with directed light, sounding those sirens, and crossing path. That's facilitating activity while American Inn is a venue in relevant position. All of them are monitoring. It's 8:39 p.m. .7GWK431 exiting the premises of American Inn, which is at the intersection of H as in Henry and Euclid Avenue at 8:39 p.m. .7FMG404. I just had to get her. I took pictures of her. She's not parked. She's sitting in the path. She is deliberately sitting. This is not an accident. This is not an emergency. She is deliberately sitting at that angle. She's maintaining presence in the path. Understand how important that is because they're monitoring. It's called group stalking. So you are stalking in the path, manning the path, making sure the path is always covered. She is literally doing that with her car as she is keeping it intentionally at that position in the street, all wild in the street in order to engage in manning the path. And I took a picture of that. You just had to see that. This is 69541W1. And she's on the cameras of Bank of America. Looks like a Caucasian female or a Latina female. Yeah, she looks Latina. Anyway, it's 8:41 p.m. And she moves her vehicle. That's relevant positioning and light activity. It's continuous engagement in the elements, but I just want to be clear that it's intentional manning of the path while you have another group stalker that's at the bank ATM whose license plate I read. He's in the tow truck. That's a license plate I read. They're monitoring together, but she is intentionally, that's why I took a picture of that. She is on the side of the road, not in a parking spot, not parked. She's manning the path. These are the techniques. That's not even a technique. That's just some outright just stalking conduct. That's the stuff that they engage in. It's 8:41 p.m. And this is Pizza Hut 6 VRG 703, stalking with light. Sitting in the car, turns on the reverse lights as I am crossing path. That's called stalking with activity. All right. Seven VCD 274. AX62H61. NGM 017, 7CMP 374, 5HOJ110, 7XXC 581, 6LBX 859, 8KSB 399. They're all molesting. My shadow is humongous as I'm crossing the street. License plate 6ZRM143. And 6UAT 726. That's intentional conduct in directed light, okay? That's demonic activity. That's demonic activity for you. License, I'm sorry, it's 8:43 p.m. I already read the license. It's P.O.C. I'm at G Street and Euclid. Uh, 8XJY086, 8HPT 355. Arco at 434 Euclid Avenue, a facilitating venue with flickering light on the property. 7EGM 672, that's demonic. That's an act of terrorism as you documented at a venue. 8NYH 435, molesting. 7ZEV 598. Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue is monitoring. 8ETP 332. 7XVA 505. 7CGD 905, I believe. Can't see that one. It's 8:47 p.m. Eight LFL 763, 5TPM 568, and again 434 North Euclid Avenue. That's Arco. $56610D2, molestation and demonic pacing. 8BGK027, the demonic activity is relevant as to terrorism. 37488X1, 4UYH436, 4PFY 520. That's Gloria's Cochina monitoring. A group stalker, this is a psychopath, in alignment with me in directed light while Gloria's Cochina creates loud noise, that's audible activity, and she's operating her communication device, and this psychopath is using the form of taking a picture of her minionite minions, her little children, going inside of Gloria's Cochina. So that's operation of a communication device. That's how psychopaths conduct themselves. That's attributed to 401 Euclid Avenue, Gloria's Cochina monitoring with that psychopath. It's demonic activity. License 7EPL018, 8LOC 933, 7GMG 798, 7DKP 145, 9F53009. That's the one dragging their brakes in directed light. That's P.O.C. Road Angel Express. It's a red truck, California 0386. 291. It's 8:51 p.m. think I read this one. 7 DKP 145. I don't think I did. 7 DKP 145. Sprinter trekking. Monitoring with, I don't think I can go yet. Monitoring with, I think I can go. This third party, substantial directed light. I gotta document this, hold on. These sex offenders are monitoring. My shadow is reaching, it's touching a stop sign that's at the opposite end of the street. 8LBL016 is a sex offender. 4M14078. License 7VPW201. 5YDM342. 6JXX521. That's plain engines over my head. Yes, indeedy. 5YDM342. In case I read that one already. 8RAD538. This is the U.S. Bank, 8:52 p.m. So I want to be clear on the cameras at U.S. Bank. A group stalker is maintaining presence at that venue. And as I approach the corner, 8HMV296 molests with what is magnified light. So the magnified size of the shadow of that car is molesting my body while the state is amplifying what you hear, which is the sound of a car engine. The state is stalking at the opposite end of the street with state vehicle lights, while the state is also sending plane engines, okay? This is what the state is doing. This is the ongoing elements. 8TJJ464, 8VYE026. 8SQN055, 8BAM352, 80608D3, 8NJE363, 8PRK825. I could go through this whole entire parking lot. Who is stalking with light? That is the fire department. Is it? Or is it AMR? It looks like AMR. Yep, I called it. That's those same demon-possessed stalkers, AMR. License 9921983. Okay? We're going to have to clean up shop. Satan has a hold on American medical response, and that is criminal activity by that agency, that department, and that is terrorism that I'm heavily documenting, engaging by that actor. So this, what I'm documenting, it is has many, many implications. Anyway, it is currently 8:54 p.m. 8PWJ978. I believe I read that. I just want to be sure. And I'm at the intersection of, again, I believe this is D Street, D as in dog, and Euclid. Crossing path with the lights on the vehicle, AMR, as I deviate from Euclid to go down and get the license plate. Crossing path again with the fire truck as I deviate from Euclid to get the group stalker that was sitting on the side of a house with their lights. Understand what the pattern of conduct is. It's stalking with the elements while you are stalking physically as a group. It is demonic activity. And I'm documenting a government doing that. 8MNV226. I can't really see it that clearly though. YHP 794, I believe. Can't really see it. 8ULS 870. It's 8:55 p.m.